The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the May 10th Westminster City Council meeting. As of April 12th, Westminster City Council is meeting in person for City Council meetings, and the option for virtual participation by council and staff as necessary. In-person public participation is not yet available. The community may participate by watching the live stream on the City YouTube channel or by dialing in by phone with the instructions on the meeting agenda webpage. We continue to support multiple opportunities for public comment, including email, voicemail, and live audio. Many modifications have been made to council chambers for the safety of council and staff. This includes spacing council on the dais and limiting the number of staff participation in person. When the public is invited back to City Hall for in-person public meetings, there will be limitations and new protocols to ensure the safety of participants and compliance with public health orders. Remote participation will continue to be available for the convenience of the community. The agenda section of the city website is the best place to check for details on participating in council meetings. The web address is www.cityofwestminster.us/agendas. I would now ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Parker, will you please lead us in roll call?
Councillor Demott.
Present.
Acting Mayor Seitz.
Here.
Councillor Seymour.
Here.
Councillor Scully. Here. Councillor Smith. Present. And Councillor Vols.
Here.
The next item on our agenda is consideration of minutes of the preceding meetings. I would ask for a motion. Councillor Demott.
Thank you. I move to approve the minutes of the April 26, 2021 meeting as presented.
And Councillor Scully, can I get a second?
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The meeting minutes are approved by a unanimous vote. The next item on our agenda are presentations. I will ask Councillor Lindsay Smith to present the proclamation for Mental Health Month.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Seitz. I'm going to read a background from staff to council on the importance of mental health. Jefferson Center for Mental Health and the Community Reach Center provide critical mental health and wellness services for Westminster residents and surrounding communities. Proclaiming May as Mental Health Month will help increase community awareness in the following areas. Mental illness and substance abuse disorders are treatable, and recovery is possible when appropriate treatment services are available and accessible. Mental health is a key component to a person's overall health. People with mental health and substance abuse disorders who have access to local community-based prevention, intervention, and treatment services are much less likely to require the more expensive alternatives of hospitalization or incarceration, and their chances of becoming homeless are greatly reduced. And demand for mental health and substance abuse treatment has reached record levels in Colorado. And for the proclamation, whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults, and families, and promotes a healthy community, And whereas 1 in 5 people in our communities experience a mental health condition each year, and whereas 8.1% of individuals in our communities experience substance use disorder each year, and whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders among children and adolescents through screening and early intervention helps improve lives. And whereas the stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care, and whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy, independent life. And whereas the City of Westminster is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens by ending stigma and focusing on the integrated role of mental health in all of our lives. Now, therefore, I, Anita Seitz, acting mayor of the City of Westminster, do hereby proclaim May to be Mental Health Month, and call upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our communities and resources to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, providing appropriate and accessible services for all citizens, and making mental health a priority. Dated this 10th day of May, 2021.
Thank you. I will now ask Councilor Voles to proclaim the week of May 16th through May 22nd as Public Works Week in the City of Westminster.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Seitz. It's my pleasure to read the proclamation today for National Public Works Week. National Public Works celebration is a celebration of tens of thousands of men and women across the United States who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services collectively known as public works and utilities. This year's theme is Public Works Week is Stronger Together. The City of Westminster has 155 employees in the Public Works Utilities Department who are dedicated to providing exceptional value and adding to the quality of life of our city. So now let me read the proclamation. Whereas public works and utility services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' lives, and whereas support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works utilities, and where programs concerning and maintenance of water, sewers, streets, and highways, public buildings, and snow removal operations, and whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services, whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, construction, are vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works and utilities employees. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Public Works and Utilities Department are materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of their importance and the work they perform. Now, therefore, I, Anita Seitz, Acting Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim the week of May 16th through 22nd, 2021 as Public Works Week. In the City of Westminster, I call upon citizens and civic organizations to equate themselves with the challenges and opportunities involved in providing our public works and utilities, to recognize the contributions that public works and utilities employees make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and our quality of life. Signed this 10th day of May 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Voles. We now move to the 5th item on our agenda, public comment. The public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with the City Council on any topic they choose. This is not intended to be conversational, but rather a direct communication from the public to their representatives. There are 3 methods available for participation in public comment. You may submit written email testimony, record a voicemail to be played back during the meeting, or request to speak live through the City Clerk's office. Please see the posted agenda for details on how to participate using any of the 3 methods available. This evening, the City Clerk has informed me that we have received 9 emails by the deadline, which were posted to the online agenda packet and forwarded directly to the City Council. 2 individuals who have requested to speak live, and 3 voicemails, which will be played back after our live speakers have concluded their remarks. Ms. Parker, would you please allow our first live speaker to begin?
Certainly. At this time, we have only been joined by one of our speakers who requested to speak live, and her name is Tammy Reike. In one moment, I will allow you to unmute yourself, Ms. Reike. Please be advised that you have up to 5 minutes to address the City Council, and the acting mayor will give you a 1-minute warning when it's time to wrap up. At this time, you may unmute and address the City Council.
Thank you. I have given public comment at the last 2 council meetings. I have listened to you acknowledge National Volunteer Week, Arbor Day, Child Abuse Prevention Month, Small Business Week, and high school graduates, and now tonight, Mental Health Month and National Public Works Week. However, as the nation came together last Thursday for National Day of Prayer, the City of Westminster decided to abstain. I searched the city's website, and it appears the last time the city recognized the day was in 2005, when Mayor McNally held a National Day of Prayer breakfast. This year marks the country's 70th year for the President of the United States to call on all citizens to pray for our nation. I'm saddened that our city did not join. Our country was founded not just on Christian values, but by Christians who made a covenant with God. The founding of this country is credited to 2 groups, the Jamestown Colony and the Pilgrims that landed at Plymouth Rock. Before the men who would become the first permanent English settlers in the New World began their trip, permission was needed from King James. This permission was granted in the Virginia Charter. It begins, James, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith. King James acknowledged that God has ultimate control of any outcome, and King James also acknowledged his godly role as defender of the faith. This is the same King James who commissioned the translation of the Bible into English in 1604. After defining the area of Virginia, the Virginia Charter goes on to state, we, greatly commending and graciously accepting of their desires for the furtherance of so noble a work, which may be, by the providence of Almighty God, hereafter tend to the glory of his divine majesty in propagating of Christian religion to such people as yet live in darkness and miserable ignorance of the true knowledge and worship of God. Additionally, the Mayflower Compact that was signed by the Pilgrims that landed on Plymouth Rock stated the purpose of their voyage was first for the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith. Over 150 years later, the Declaration of Independence was drafted and signed. All of the signers were Christians, some even ministers. Excerpts of the Declaration of Independence include acknowledgement to the God of the Bible as our creator and giver of unalienable rights such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our country wasn't just founded on Christian values. It was founded in glory to the one true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We are in a sad, sad place where cities disregard the opportunity to give reverence to God. Part of this may be misinformation about the separation of church and state. Let's first note that the word separation of church and state appear nowhere within the U.S. Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution most closely addresses this concept through the First Amendment and specifically in the words, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. I've taken this next part from the Founder's Bible that was published in 2012. That gives a brief history here of this separation of church and state. In the first 3 centuries of Christianity, there had been no attempt to merge the 2 separate and distinct God-ordained institutions of state and church. But that changed when the Roman Emperor Theodosius I unilaterally assumed control of the church and assimilated it in the state, decreeing Christianity as the official religion of his massive empire and declaring all other religions illegal. With that edict, the state crossed the boundary God had established, and Christianity became coercive, thus repudiating the voluntariness infused into it by Christ himself. Thereafter, emperors of the state regularly made themselves officers of the church. It became a time of the secularization of the church, and the deprivation of Christianity, a time when state leaders wrongly believed that one of the chief duties of an imperial leader was to place his sword at the service of the church and orthodoxy. Because state and church became one, a church leader thereby became a state official and answered to state authorities, being required to enforce any religious doctrines the state decreed. Understandably, widespread atrocities marked this period, and civil and religious rulers, often one and the same, were frequently ruthless, ever inventing new sadistic tortures and inflicting death of countless thousands of Christians by these so-called Christian leaders. Because the church had been taken over by the state, it was Bible-based ministers who finally stood up and demanded that the state separate from the church.
Ms. Frankie, you've
In
been
fact, English
appreciate you calling in tonight, and we appreciate your comments. Has the next caller joined us, Ms. Parker?
Unfortunately, we have not seen our second speaker join the meeting, but should she join us, I will advise you, and perhaps we'll be able to circle around back to her. At this time, we are queued up to play 3 voicemails that were received by the deadline.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Tim Rady, R-A-D-Y, and I'm a Westminster resident that loves the city but is deeply disturbed about the current path that we're on. It's clearly an unfortunate outcome that one of our least capable city councilors is about to become mayor, and that's Anita Sykes. She may be a very nice person and maybe very talented in some regard, but clearly as a city council member and more than that, as a decision maker who's leading the path forward for our community, she is fundamentally flawed, as is John Bowles. She narrowly avoided a recall, and now it's pretty amazing that after this clear disgust with the residents on her performance, that she's now about to become mayor. It's rather shocking. John Bowles also clearly not capable, and he likely would not have won an actual election if not for the shenanigans that were put in place to get him elected to city council. But I look forward to him both being recalled and not winning that election. My great hope is that while we seem to be stuck with Anita Sykes in this role, that she and city council work with citizens to lower the water rates. There's absolute outrage, and as we've seen with Bill Christopher and others, there are solutions that would lessen the impact. But city council and Anita Sykes don't seem to want to do that. They just want to jam it down the residents' throats. I'm also hopeful that city council and the mayor slow down the building of mega apartment complexes. I'm not anti-development, but clearly the city has gotten away from the growth plan, and there's just one giant apartment complex after another, and I don't think that's necessarily enriching for the city or the community. I hope that there's more focus on obtaining open space and building more trails. I understand there's a cost that goes along with that, but maybe it can be done in a better way. And last of all, I hope that the mayor and city council, that they're able to fire Don Tripp and anyone involved with the decision-making process on the recent water survey. That was one of the most misleading, poorly designed surveys that I've ever seen. You could take a basic class on how to create a survey, and you would see that was hugely misleading, and the results from that should be trashed and never used for any decision-making process whatsoever. So, good luck as we go forward, and hope the city stays a great place so that I and others who love it here don't have to move to other neighboring cities like Broomfield that seems to be able to run things better. Last of all, I just request that city council starts meeting in person, that the government starts opening to the citizens, that the libraries are open similar hours to what our neighboring cities are. Broomfield is one example where there's much greater access to these public resources. Thank you very much for your time.
This is Ellen Buckley, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank former Mayor Herb Atchison for his many years of service to the city. He was a wonderful mayor. He cared deeply about this city, and I'm very sad that he had to leave under these circumstances. Second, I want to say I'm very happy to welcome Anita Seitz as mayor. She will do a fabulous job, and she also cares deeply for this city and has worked extremely hard for the city. Now, my other comment would be this stupid recall. The fact that these people did this deceptive recall, pretending that a recall would lower anyone's water rates, was absurd from the beginning. They've wasted taxpayer money. They're continuing to double down and waste taxpayer money. No one should vote to recall Councillor Volz. He also is a wonderful councillor who's worked very hard for the city. He wasn't even on council when the legitimate vote was taken to raise our water rates, because we have to have infrastructure. We have to have safe water, reliable water, clean water. Anyone who voted for it for those reasons. Now, to recall Councillor Volz for this lunacy of pretending this will lower your water rates is an outrage, and no one should vote to recall him. Thank you.
This is Debbie Peter, Westminster resident. I'd like to start out by congratulating Anita Seitz, as she has attained her second seat on appointment and now will be acting mayor. I'm writing on behalf of the signers that were denied an election for the mayoral seat. Yes, the city follows the letter of the law, and we are now honoring a mayor who survived the recall process with a margin of 35 signatures that we have since cured. But now we have no basis to submit. This slide into a seat protects Ms. Seitz from further recall action. Believe me, the community is aware of how the mayor's seat was awarded. With our new governance, I have three wishes. I wish that the disrespectful tactics towards citizens and council with the iron fist of Atchison has resigned with him, and full discourse is allowed in council without the bullying tactics. I wish for a fair process in filling the vacant seats. This is a tough one, as we seem to have an abundance of appointees in the last 10 years, starting with Anita Seitz in 2013. The alignment of the appointees in the past has been abundantly clear, as the makeup of policy decisions and groupthink has not changed since Herb and Anita attained office. I wish the one-on-one meetings with the city manager ended with Herb's resignation. These meetings are on the fringe of the Sunshine Law, whose purpose is to promote ethical standards, prevent fraud, corruption, and in doing so, engender public trust. One must wonder how California's recall is already heading to the ballot box, with over 2.1 million signatures, and it was completed in March 17th, 2021. Our signatures were turned in early November, and we still do not have an announced date for the election. Who are we really protecting in this process? Because it is not the rights of the voters. Please let the voters speak.
And that concludes all the voicemail public comment that was received by the deadline. At this time, we have not yet been joined by our second speaker, and should that speaker join us, I will advise you if there is an opportunity to come back for her comment.
Thank you very much. We now move on to number 6, report of city officials.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Seitz and members of the City Council. A few items this evening. I want to first of all thank folks who made comments this evening as a part of the public comment. There were some questions contained in there, and one of the staff members will be following back up with you. And I just want to tell all of you that spoke this evening that I'm available to speak to any of you. If you'd like to have any information from me directly, I'd appreciate an opportunity to speak to you. Certainly, we will be following up to those that had questions. First of all, I want to mention that May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We recognize the history and achievements of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders across the nation and in our community. I mention this tonight in part because we have 40 employees in our workforce who are part of this community. The past year has been one of pain and increased fear for the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, and increased reports of hate-based crimes and actions. Our police department, city, and inclusivity board stood in solidarity earlier this year with the Asian American community following the tragic events this past March. I was really proud of our police chief in taking that step. As a member of the Welcoming America's Welcoming Cities and Counties Initiative, the city recognizes that we're all members of the Westminster community, regardless of where we were born or what we look like. We strive to be the kind of place where diverse people from around the world feel valued and want to put down their roots. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are a vital part of the vibrancy and diversity of Westminster, making up more than 6% of our total population. A wonderful example of this vibrancy of diversity was captured just this past weekend, council members, at City Park, and it was shared on some social media I saw today. The Jasmine Flower Dance, a Chinese dance school in the Denver area, was rehearsing on the City Park lawn on that busy day, exposing more than 1,000 park users to this beautiful art form. Quite an event in our park that happened rather spontaneously. Our community benefits from Asian Americans and Pacific Islander people and cultures in countless ways. They own businesses and operate local businesses in our community, expanding diversity through cultural activities that we have in our city. Our Top Spin program in our city and Takra played in our parks are infamous for their nationwide exposure of our community. The influence of the Lao Buddhist temple and other religious faiths and practices, their celebrated dragon boat team, and the contributions of so many Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our business community, educational system, and in local government, including, of course, the 40 employees that I mentioned earlier. I urge you to, community members and council, to join me this month in appreciation for our Asian American and Pacific Islander culture and learn more about their history and celebrate their contributions to our community. I'd like to bring on now Cody Blue Herb and ask her, as our assistant to the city manager, provide an update on a workplace matter that is happening in my office as it relates to a passion of yours, council, the Citizens Academy of Westminster, Colorado. Cody, would you mind joining us and giving us an update on that?
Good evening, City Council. Happy tonight to just give a real quick update on the Civic Academy. As you all know, the program was launched. It was publicized on our website, and applications were open on May 3rd. If we can move to that slide. Thank you. This is what the web page looks like, and the applications, that little turquoise box there. Members of the community can reach the application by going through residents and then get involved in the Westminster Civic Academy is a box on that web page. Applications are open until June 2nd. We're taking 25 members of the community in this first class. And we look forward to having everybody involved. It's an 8-week course with a graduation scheduled currently for August 25th. We look forward to having all of you council participate, as well as our members in the community, to learn more about government firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody, for your information. I would just like to add, many people listening to this call, and I know several members of council have participated in the public safety academies, both in police and fire. Those are also available and are very much a staple of this city. And I think they've done an awful lot in Westminster for having people understand the operations of those two important agencies. I think the Civics Academy can do the same sort of thing in a very general way. So I appreciate your leadership, council, for asking us to move this forward. I'd like to mention two additional things. First, we have asked you as councilors to provide feedback as our staff recommended a position regarding Senate Bill 21260. It's a transportation bill. I'd like to ask this evening Assistant City Manager Chris Lindsay to provide you with some additional information and ask that you please respond by tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. This is fairly urgent. Respond if you change previous stated positions based on the information this evening, or if you haven't previously responded, to respond to us by tomorrow morning. So we have your direction, Council. So Assistant City Manager Lindsay, would you mind joining us, please?
Good evening, Acting Mayor and City Council. City Manager Tripp asked me to speak to you tonight about an important piece of legislation that has recently come across our desks. That's Senate Bill 21-260 concerning the sustainability of the transportation system in Colorado. Pursuant to City Council's legislative protocols, staff has drafted and sent to you last week a recommendation to support this vital piece of legislation. This bill meets specific items in the city's legislative policy statement and draft strategic plan, and would also respond to concerns about transportation and mobility that have been highlighted in the community survey. If I could, let me read from one piece of the legislative policy statement. The city supports new revenue streams for state and regional multimodal transportation needs, including funding to support operations and maintenance. This bill has had broad stakeholder engagement and is receiving bipartisan support. The bill is sponsored by members of our own local delegation, and it has the support of groups as diverse as the Municipal League, the Adams County Regional Economic Partnership, the Jefferson County Business Lobby, the Colorado Motor Carriers Association, the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce, the Contractors Association, and the associations of realtors and home builders, amongst many others. The legislation and associated funding streams that are created support multiple city strategic plan goals. The legislation includes flexibility to fund multimodal improvements, including bike lanes and transit services to benefit specific community needs. It creates and utilizes enterprise funds to ensure accountability and transparency. It also distributes money through the Denver Regional Council of Governments, which has been very beneficial to the city of Westminster because we've shown an outstanding ability to leverage this as a funding source. And lastly, I would note that the legislation and the funding streams really protect local share, which is something that we've been really looking out for. Westminster has benefited from the Highway Users Tax Fund, and included in the position statement that we shared, we identified a couple of projects from 2019, and those are important because in 2019 there was an additional influx of one-time funds into the Highway Users Tax Fund. Those funds that the city received were used to do some critical projects, including a mill and overlay on 112th Avenue, and curb, gutter, and sidewalk replacements on 112th Avenue, Lowell Boulevard from 80th to Bradburn, and a curb ramp install on 124th Avenue. Thank you, Council, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, Chris, for that update. And my final comment this evening, as I just want to remind all of you that the previously scheduled budget retreat that was scheduled for this Saturday, the 15th, is being rescheduled. New proposed dates will be either the evening of May 18th or the evening of May 20th. Those are the two best options that we found. And if you could provide us with your feedback on either of those two dates that you'd be able to attend, we'd appreciate that. We thank you for rescheduling this meeting to accommodate full attendance of the council, a very important meeting. For the public, I just want you to know that this is due to a death in Mayor Seitz' family, and the council accommodated, I think, her interest in being at this event and not been able to be there this weekend because of this death in her family. Mayor Seitz, on behalf of the staff, our thoughts are with you. Thank you, Mayor, Acting Mayor, and Council for the opportunity to comment this evening.
Thank you, City Manager Tripp. I would like to now open it up to City Council comments. The first in the queue is Councilor David Demont.
Thank you. A couple things I wanted to share. Kind of a busy last week. So I joined different members of the council as well as the city manager, and I know our judge was there in the police department as the mayor did the National Police Day proclamation. And it was a good event to be able to go and show our support and pay honor to those that paid the ultimate sacrifice and those that had their names added to the monument in DC. I also attended the National Day of Prayer with the Crossings Church in Westminster, where we prayed for our nation and our different levels of government. And so that was a good community event that I was able to take a part in. couple other things moving forward past this week that I wanted to share, opportunities for the public. This Saturday, May 15th from 9 to 4 on 73rd Avenue between Bradburn Boulevard and Orchard Court is going to be the Historic Westminster Celebrate Spring. So there's going to be all sorts of different food, fun, and festivities. So if you're out and about on Saturday, that's a great opportunity. Also on Saturday, it's a busy day, from 7 to 12 in front of the police department and City Hall here is our Shred-a-thon. And that's a good opportunity for you to be able to bring up to 3 bags or boxes of items that you need shredded to prevent identity fraud. Also, they take donations, and it's kind of a competition. If you've never been through it, the different cities that participate try to raise more money and that money goes to Crime Stopper. So it's a great event, and I hope that you take advantage of it. Last, I'd like to thank staff for their work on the Civic Academy. I think that's a great opportunity. So prior to me being on council, it took me a couple times. So from the years of 2013 up until I was elected in 17, I used to sit out in the meetings and always said it was like a free education. So I think this is a great opportunity because what I didn't get in that was open dialogue where you got to ask as many questions as I'm sure people attending that will be able to ask. I had to chase members of council down after meetings, which they're usually tired after. So now I understand why. But with that, I think this is a great opportunity and I look forward to the public being able to participate. And I, like City Manager Tripp said, I hope that you do take advantage of those different academies we have, including the Police Academy for citizens and the fire. All great opportunities to see what the folks that your tax dollars go to employ do for the city and how they serve you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Demont. Next, we have Councilor Catherine Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would like to thank the staff for the Civic Academy. Cody, you've done great work on this and I appreciate that hard work. I'd also like to thank John Voles, who has really imagined this, visioned it, and brought it forward, and I appreciate that, so thank you. Today I had the privilege of attending the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Noise Control Roundtable. We heard presentations from the airport flight schools. As you may recall, we have also heard in past meetings from the FAA, and we have heard from the airport manager as well. I want to thank the residents who made public comment today. Your voices are being heard and we are listening. So please continue to share your thoughts with us at that roundtable. As a roundtable, we learned about the flight schools. We asked a lot of questions. Who are they? Where are they located? How many planes fly in and out for their schools? Have they thought about mufflers on planes? Thought about rerouting? We asked a lot of questions. Took a good hour. And it was a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we didn't really come to any resolution during that conversation, so the conversation will have to continue. We also heard a report on doing a Part 150 noise study. And Council, I want to give you a heads up because that will probably be coming to you for a request for funding at some point, and I want you to be aware that that is coming forward at some point probably. During that noise study discussion, we talked about the cost. We discussed how often this study would need to be done because it wouldn't just be a one-time effort. It would be something we would redo probably every 5 to 10 years. We talked about what possible outcomes could result and how long the time would take for this study. Again, we did not come to any resolution, so that conversation also will continue. Obviously, we learned a great deal and we will continue to meet. Our next meeting is Monday, June 14th. This Wednesday, May 12th at 5 o'clock, the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Advisory Board will be meeting to discuss the airport's strategic plan. And I will be attending myself, but I appreciate and would encourage all of our residents to also attend. Last Thursday, I had the great privilege to recognize and congratulate virtually. Someday it won't be virtual, and I'm really looking forward to that. 2 Westminster graduating seniors who were honored at the Adams County Mayor and Commissioners Youth Awards. I would like to congratulate all the students recognized at this event, and especially our own Jasmine Marie Martinez and Jasmine, or Jay, Razik. Congratulations, you are rising stars, and we are so proud of you. Congratulations to all of our 2021 graduating seniors. This has been a challenging year for all of us. We all have struggled through this storm, and we may all be in the same storm, but we are not all in the same boat. And I think that's really important to remember. I honor your work, your struggles, and your perseverance, class of 2021. Last week, Mayor Herb Atchison, after 42 years of service, resigned from his mayoral duties due to a physician's advisement. Mayor Herb Atchison served our city and left a long and lasting imprint on our community. He has been a hardworking, dedicated, and good public servant to our community. He worked for many years to create a better quality life for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your tremendous service. I hope you're listening. Tonight, we will swear in our acting mayor, Anita Seitz. This is such a difficult job, Madam Mayor, but you are up for this task, and I cannot think of anyone more qualified for the position. So thank you for your willingness to step up and serve our community. Serving as a representative of our beloved city and community of Westminster has been a humbling experience, and it has been my greatest privilege and my greatest pleasure. We as a city council, we work hard to appoint people to create a council that will work together to try to see a vision for our city and help our community come together. In the past, I have sought the position of Mayor Pro Tem. It has been a position I have really wanted because I want to serve my city in every way possible, and I have believed that that would be a great way to do it. But I took a long, hard look at myself this weekend and realized that at this time, it would be a very selfish thing for me to do. The right thing for me to do at this time is to not be Mayor Pro Tem. It's not the right time for me. My job is to work on the city councilor and help our city become unified, to help us move in the right direction. So I personally don't think that anyone who is going to run in the election in November should be appointed Mayor Pro Tem at this time. I think it gives us, whoever that person is, an advantage. And I think that instead we should work to unify our city, bring us together, and appoint someone to Mayor Pro Tem who is not distracted by recalls and elections and can really focus on the hard work of our city. So it is my opinion that there is someone on our committee, our council, who has really demonstrated great leadership. Someone who has voted that person's heart. And sometimes it's with the majority, and sometimes it's not. This is not a person that I always see eye to eye with, but this person has always been very respectful. Leadership is not what we strive for, but what we are called to do. And so tonight, I will be supporting Councilor Rich Seymour for Mayor Pro Tem, and I call upon my colleagues to join me.
Thank you, Councilor Scully. Next up, we have Councilor Lindsay Smith.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Seitz. While I didn't have committee meetings this past week, I have prepared a statement and would like to share my thoughts. First, I wanted to thank our Westminster police officers, as this week is National Police Week. And today, this week, and all year, and every year, we pray for their safety and the safety of our officers, that they go home every day. And I wanted to take a moment to recognize all that they do to keep our city safe and putting our residents first. Making our residents a priority is not just important for our police department, but is for this council. There was a lot to take in this last week with the mayor resigning, not just for council, but for the community. In further reflection, it was a reminder as to why I was elected to council, because I ran on accountability, transparency, and communication. Throughout the duration of this recall effort, I purposely have remained silent, as I have committed to work with all of you who ultimately bring different voices of our community to this table, to this dais. I'll make one statement on this and move on, as I'm truly committed to moving the city forward. Last week's decision was a calculated effort. Some counselors had more information than others, as social media posts clearly indicated the next steps after Mayor Herb's resignation. With lack of direction and information from staff to council on not only next steps from the time of certification of sufficiency of a recall to 5 days later hearing of the mayor's resignation was unacceptable and inexcusable, leaving not only council or the few of us on council in the dark, but leaving our residents in the dark as to what to expect next. Additionally, it is absolutely clear our city charter needs multiple clarifications. To any resident or lay person who isn't a lawyer reading the city charter, will read it to have an understanding that the provisions say if there is a vacancy, a resignation in the position, it should absolutely go to voters to choose who replaces that seat, not that the mayor pro tem assumes the position. While I was informed there are articles in the charter that say the mayor resigned per the guidelines outlined in the charter, I would go so far as to say that that wasn't the original intent. This reminds me of what happened 3 short years ago, where the council circumvented the intent of the charter then to appoint 3 members of council. And this is why people distrust government. Who are we working for? I can tell you I'm working for the people. My remaining time on council will continue to focus on better communication to council and our residents. We owe them full transparency and accountability to all steps of government and policy, not just this instance. Additionally, it's more clear now that we need a clarification of charter language to parallel with true intent of appointments and recalls. And addition of wards to our charter. This is our residents' charter, not ours. I will continue to fight for the voice of our community. And some say it's a shame that 10% of registered voters made this resignation or recall effort happen. By the numbers, more than 6,000 signatures on a recall equate to more than half of those who participate in any given Westminster election. And to me, that's a majority. And the majority have spoken at the level of discontent of this council. So let me remind my colleagues, we work for the people at the will of the people. And I look forward to how we are going to unite as a council. You have my utmost commitment and loyalty that I will do everything I can to help move the city forward with united vision and with the people of Westminster as my priority.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilor John Voles.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I also had the privilege of attending Police Week ceremony. I've done that every year I've been here, and it's always an honor to be able to recognize our officers and all that they do to keep our community safe and a good quality of life here. So it was a good ceremony. We had good weather, so I'm glad I could be there. I also want to thank Mayor Herb Atchison, former Mayor Herb Atchison. He served more than 40 years here in public service, and I think he needs to be commended for his hard work and his leadership. And I think when he resigned, there were a lot of people who talked about his leadership regionally and what he did in transportation and throughout our region. So I think he needs to be recognized for that. And he was a great colleague and a good friend. So I hope he's listening tonight. I just want to share that. I also want to thank our acting mayor, Anita Seitz, for stepping up. This is a tough job. It's going to be hard. And I'm very thankful for you to step up and do this. You definitely have the energy, the intelligence, the drive, the vision to be an excellent mayor. So later tonight, we will have a swearing-in ceremony, and I'm thrilled for you, thrilled for this city, and thank you for stepping up and doing what you're doing, because it is going to be tough. And I also want to welcome and thank Judge Lontine for being here, because he's here for the swearing-in. So I want to thank him and recognize him for being here tonight. We don't always get to see him in the chamber, but tonight there's a swearing-in, so he is here. So welcome, Judge. I have to say, the comments we heard earlier were not in any way a way to unify our city. To say what was said tonight was opposite of unifying our city. So I want to just say that on the record right now. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Voles. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I also want, as my colleagues have done tonight, recognize Police Week. We want to thank all those who put themselves before others, and we wish them good health, and we wish that they are able to go home every night to their family, because that is primary duty of our officers. And we want to recognize it's been a tough year for them. We appreciate what they do for our residents and for our city, and it's a great honor to observe them do that, doing that on a day-to-day basis. So I greatly appreciate what they've done there. This last week, I had the opportunity to attend the Special Permits and Licensing Board, and it's more great news about events that are coming to our city, nonprofit events, and also licenses that businesses continue to want to do business here, even during a tough environment. So we're looking forward to that growth and expansion and so many more things. And then just off the cuff, I want to address Councilor Scully's comments. I appreciate that. I have a great deal to learn on this council as of yet, so I do appreciate you throwing my name in the hat for Mayor Pro Tem. I would ask that you reconsider, and I'll be withdrawing my name from that consideration. I'd like to be in the learning stage a bit longer before I sit in that important seat, but thank you for your confidence. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you all, Council, for your comments. Before I go into my prepared comments, I want to give a brief update on last week. And before I start that, I want to say thank you to everyone who called in, left voicemail messages, or emailed Council. We as a council benefit from direct communication with our residents, even when that's harsh communication. It helps us know what's going on and what the concerns are in our community. I also want to draw attention to the proclamations we made tonight. Mental health is an issue that multiple members of this council have advocated for us to take a stronger role in, including Councilor Dave DeMont and Councilor Catherine Scully have really led that charge, and I want to say thank you. It is something that has become more pronounced during the time of COVID, and we can't afford not to act. I also want to say thank you to Councilor Voles. The proclamation on Public Works Week reminds us what one of our fundamental core services is as a city. Making sure that we invest in infrastructure so people have safe and healthy drinking water, safe streets, and so that business can function, people can get to where they're going. I also want to acknowledge the Civic Academy. That is amazing how quickly and how thoughtfully our city staff have worked to put that together. A special thank you to Cody Blue Herb for her work on that. And please, if you are listening tonight and want to get more involved, as Councilor DeMont said, this provides a great opportunity. So please apply. Last week, as you can imagine, I surprisingly had a very full week, taking on meetings that were typically the mayor's, Mayor Atchison's. I had a meeting with Jefferson County Public Health Department. I'm going to defer on giving an update as we have a COVID update today that staff will be giving. I then had a Dr. Cog working session, and one of the items that they talked about quite extensively was Senate Bill 260, which, as Chris Lindsay mentioned tonight, they have asked that we give a position before their full meeting next week so they can figure out where we're at as a body. So I'd like to make sure I get all of your input on that. Next, we had the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners meeting. This is formerly known as the US 36 MCC. In that, we also went over legislation 260, but then also the bill that would go over districts for Front Range Rail and creating a taxing authority. There was a lot of support in that room for that bill, and it looked from the conversation, it sounded like many stakeholders were supporting that. I apologize for not having the bill number in front of me, but I would maybe ask staff to take a peek at that because it does seem like that's going to be something that's I'm going to be asked to make a decision on behalf of council, and I do not want to get in front of the council on that. Then I had the Metro Mayor's Caucus. There was a request to have us all sign the pledge for Built for Zero. At our strategic planning session, I feel that I heard a lot of support. Again, Built for Zero is working on veteran homelessness. But before I signed any pledge on behalf of the city, I do want to make sure that a majority of this council is comfortable with that. So again, I'd like to see if I could get a poll of our council at a later date so that I can go ahead and sign before the next meeting if you're comfortable. Similar to my colleagues, I had the distinct honor, though I've attended the Police Week ceremony, I had never presented the proclamation before. It was a good and sobering reminder that in an aim to make sure everyone is safe in their community so that they can pursue a high quality of life, our officers are willing to sacrifice their own. I appreciated the opportunity to make that proclamation. Now I'd like to move to my prepared comments. And I would be remiss if I did not start my prepared comments without acknowledging former Mayor Herb Atchison. Last week, Mayor Atchison stepped down at the advice of his physician, setting a chain of events in motion that will lead to my swearing in as mayor later tonight. Mayor Atchison was dedicated to this community. Between his service on our boards and commissions, multiple stints on city council, and his term as mayor, he gave over 40 years of his time and talents to Westminster. I want to sincerely thank Herb Atchison for his many years of service to our community. I also must acknowledge that this is not how I envisioned becoming mayor, but I am ready and honored to serve this community as mayor. I have over 7 years' experience serving as a member of this council. I was unanimously appointed to the Westminster City Council in December of 2013, when Herb Atchison's council seat was vacated as he had just been elected mayor. I was then overwhelmingly elected in 2015 by the residents of Westminster and re-elected in 2019. I intend to continue to uphold the oath I swore to the U.S. and Colorado constitutions and the Westminster City Charter. When my colleagues selected me to serve as Mayor Pro Tem in 2018, I took that role understanding that the city charter requires that the Mayor Pro Tem assume the duties of mayor should the position become vacant. I'm also not a lawyer, but it was very clear to me that that was the responsibility I was taking on. In fulfilling that responsibility, I lose 2.5 years of the city council term I was elected to in 2019. That's a sacrifice I am willing to make to help lead this wonderful community forward. I am committed to providing continuity to our community and to our organization. We are all living through a time of pronounced division at the national level, and even here in Westminster. I know we as a council have the capability to lead by example. I want to communicate to the community and to the organization that over the next 6 months, my goal is to foster collaboration and unity. I recognize that my colleagues are my equals, and that together we have the ability and the responsibility to put the needs of the city before our own. I am mindful and respect that each of my colleagues serve at the will of the people. Over the next 6 months, I intend to lead with kindness, integrity, courage, and collaboration. Like all of my colleagues, I believe in this community. I believe in this organization. I believe in our workforce. With the community's interest at the center of each decision, I know we can do great work. I look forward to working collaboratively with each of my colleagues as mayor and for all of Westminster over the next 6 months. After we go over the consent agenda, I will be sworn in tonight. I am making a commitment to serve and to work with each of you. I hope you will return that spirit of service. The next item before us is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a group of routine matters to be acted on with a single motion and vote. Council, at this time, does any member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Okay. You're just on. Okay. Seeing none, at this time, I will take a motion to consider the consent agenda. Counselor Dave Demont.
Thank you. I move to adopt the consent agenda items 8A through 8E.
And Counselor Catherine Scully.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Ms. Parker.
Counselor Demott,
Yes.
Acting Mayor Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
and the motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask Judge Lontaine to come forward to the dais as we are at item 9 on our agenda, appointment and resignations. He will swear me in as the next mayor of Westminster.
Acting Mayor, if you would raise your right hand. I, Anita Seitz, do solemnly swear
I, Anita Seitz, do solemnly swear
that I will support the constitutions
that I will support the constitutions
of the United States and of the state of Colorado
of the United States and of the state of Colorado
and the ordinances and city charter
and the ordinances and city charter
of the city of Westminster,
of the city of Westminster,
and faithfully perform the duties of mayor
and faithfully perform the duties of mayor
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Mayor.
Thank you. And we are going to sign the oath. Thank you. The next item before us will be the selection of a new mayor pro tem by written ballot.
Thank you, Mayor Sites. At this time, staff will be passing out a written ballot for the selection of Mayor Pro Tem. The selection of Mayor Pro Tem is laid out in the Westminster City Charter, Section 4.4, and states that such election shall be by written ballot and by majority of the members of the council in office at the time. At this time, we have ballots for council to make their selection. Contained on the ballot is the name of all 6 current members, of all 5 current members of the city council that would be eligible to serve as mayor pro tem. So at this time, council, for the first round, if you would please make your selection and staff will pick up your ballots. Staff will then bring the ballots over to the city clerk station. We will count them and announce the vote. And the results of the first round of voting for a new mayor pro tem of the city of Westminster results in 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. At this time, staff will pass out the next round of ballots, and council, if you would please make your selections. And round 2 of the selection for mayor pro tem yields the same result as round 1, with 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. Council staff will pass out another round of ballots for your selections. The results of round 3 for balloting for selection of a mayor pro tem results in 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. Council, at this time, we'll pass out another round of ballots. Round 4 yields 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. At this time, we'll pass out another set of ballots, Council, for your selection. And round 5 of voting yields 3 votes for Councilor Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott. At this time, staff will pass out another round of ballots.
Real quick, Ms. Parker, can we ask a few questions? Would that be okay?
Certainly.
My first question to you is, can you confirm that this would be for a 6-month stint as Mayor Pro Tem, and after the election, there would be a new selection of a Mayor Pro Tem?
That is correct. This is for the unexpired term for the Mayor Pro Tem. You were elected to that seat after the last election for for council, which was 2019. So the remainder on the Mayor Pro Tem's term is until the Monday following the next regular city council election, which is scheduled to take place on November 2nd of 2021.
Okay. And then just to put it out there, if we cannot get a consensus on a candidate in 5 more rounds, would it be all right if we took a bio?
Absolutely, Council. That's at your discretion. The results of voting on round 6 yields 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. At this time, we'll pass out ballots for round 7. And round 7 yields 3 votes for Councilor Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott. At this time, we will pass out ballots for round 8. And round 8 yields the result of 3 votes for Councilor Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott.
I'd like to ask each member of council to maybe give 30 seconds as to why they are voting the way they are. And maybe if we hear from each other, that could help us get to a consensus candidate. Is that appropriate? I'd like to do that if that's allowed by our rules.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney. I don't believe that there is any prohibition from such an activity, but I'll defer to Mr. Frankel.
That is absolutely an option available to council. And apologies for the feedback if that was caused by me. But yes, that is an option that is available to City Council.
I have seen most folks have already marked the check, so we will do it for the next round if we are at an impasse yet again.
And the results of the round 9 balloting results in 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott.
At this time, I'd like to start on my left with Councilor Voles and ask everyone to give roughly 30 seconds as to who they're voting for. And I mean, I guess it's anonymous, so you don't have to do that. But I guess if you have 30 seconds of persuasive argument, feel free to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Seitz. I think Councilor Scully said it before. I think in that position, it gives an undue and an unfair advantage to someone running for that seat in a 6-month period. So I would not want someone who is on the ballot to be someone who is also in that position. So that's my reason. Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, I thank my colleagues for their trust in my demeanor, so I appreciate that. I'm supporting Councilor DeMott in that, like I said, I have a lot to learn, and he's learned a lot, and so I see there's an opportunity here. It's just not a position of seniority, but also to having seen many things on council over his tenure. I think there's a positive for that of having him to be our mayor pro tem. So that's why I'm supporting him tonight. Thank you.
Do you wish to give a comment?
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Seymour, for your support. I think for me, I don't know what the election really frankly has to do with it. Mayor pro tem is very much a stand-in in case something happens to you, God forbid, or if you have other duties that pull you away from the job. So the job simply is to step in for the mayor. So it takes somebody who understands the job and has experience in my mind. So I think that my time on council and my time studying this job prior, that I am well versed and experienced enough to take over in your absence. And so to me, that's what all this job is. And so that's why I think I'd be the best choice.
Thank you for your thoughts. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the generosity that Councilor Catherine Scully showed tonight. As many of you may remember, she challenged me for mayor pro tem back when I sought this position. She has a strong desire to serve the city and a strong level of ambition to do it from that position of mayor pro tem. And she has a similar tenure, an exact same tenure as Councilor DeMont. So she, by that logic, would be another alternative, but she did pull her hat from the race trying to find a consensus candidate because she's putting the community first. And I really respect that and would like to, I would like to acknowledge that. Councilor Seymour and I see very differently the direction for the city. I believe he puts the city first. I believe he's going to respect and speak with one voice. And I do believe he could be a consensus candidate because I know every member of this council respects him. I know they respect you as well. But I do think there's an added notion of the ongoing election. And this does give a little bit of space for that and lets it be re-adjudicated after that election result. So that is why I have been supporting Councilor Seymour. I appreciate his humility. But as Councilor DeMont mentioned, there's this job really is just to fill in for the mayor in the event that they cannot attend an event. And that is something I think you would be more than capable of doing.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss roundtable. I think it's helpful. The reason I think that Councilor DeMott should be mayor pro tem is he has proven tenure on council. Most years on council between Councilor Seymour and Councilor DeMott right now, out of the 2017 election cycle, he had the highest number of resident votes. He would create a balanced council offering different opinions. And we need a mayor pro tem that is out working hard for our community and putting that first. And I think that we have that in Councilor DeMont. So that's why I will continue to vote for mayor pro tem of Councilor DeMont.
So I value everyone's opinion and thank you. I still stand that I believe Councilor Seymour is the right choice for mayor pro tem. I think I said it earlier that this gives an undue advantage to someone in the election. And I think that it's just right that it's 6 months. I think it makes sense. It equalizes our situation.
May I have a follow-up, please?
You may.
I find it curious that members of this council talk about unity. However, the only reason that you're giving to not give it to me is because you're afraid that it gives me some sort of advantage in an election, where I do not think it does. For 3 people who all have endorsed somebody to replace me, I find that a strange move towards unity.
Thank you for your comments. I guess we'll go on with I would say that the temperament exhibited there does show some of my concerns.
I find that this is just an exercise in trying to prove why it's wrong. This whole exercise tonight seems to try to cause division. So you can call it what you want, but other people get to be transparent with their feelings. Earlier tonight, we were told that somebody who wanted to be transparent and work with the rest of this council was somehow wrong. The most transparent thing you could do, whether you agree with it or not, or the most unifying thing you could do, is to work through your differences and be transparent. So to me, telling me that you want to unify the council and the only way to do that is for me not to have Mayor Pro Tem by 3 people who on social media have endorsed one of the other people who are going for this, for a council position in November, doesn't make sense. Why that means that I have bad temperament because I'm calling out a reality doesn't make any sense to me. Is that frustrating? Sure, it's frustrating. I'm a human being. So I've seen every single member of this council frustrated before. Guess what? That makes you human. So that doesn't mean anything more than that. We all come in here week after week. We do our job. I think we all try to put our best foot forward as far as what the right choices are. We don't always agree. But I just object to what I've heard tonight. And I think it's only fair to say so. You asked for our opinions. I'm giving my opinion. If that bothers you, I guess you can keep voting the way you've been voting.
Thank you. I think we should go with the next round.
Round 10 of the voting for a mayor pro tem for the unexpired term yields 3 votes for Councillor David DeMont, 2 votes for Councillor Seymour, and 1 vote for Councillor Scully. At this time, we will pass out another round of ballots.
And as a reminder, after this round, we will have a bio.
Round 11 of the balloting to elect a new mayor pro tem for the unexpired term yields in the 11th round 3 votes for Councillor DeMott, 1 vote for Councillor Seymour, and 2 votes for Councillor Scully.
We are going to take a brief recess to allow for a bio break for council, and we will come back at 8:40. As soon as Councilor Voles returns, we'll start with the next round of voting.
Round 12, the ballots for the Mayor Pro Tem's unexpired term yields 3 votes for Councilor David Demott, 1 vote for Councilor Rich Seymour, and 2 votes for Councilor Catherine Scully. And at this time, we will pass out the ballots for round 13. Round 13 yields 3 votes for Councilor David Demott, 1 vote for Councilor Rich Seymour, and 2 votes for Councilor Catherine Scully. And we will pass out round 14. Round 14 yields 3 votes for Counselor David Demott, 2 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour, and 1 vote for Counselor Catherine Scully. And we will pass out ballots for round 15.
As my colleagues are filling out their ballots, can I ask a question of City Attorney Frankel? What happens if we are at an impasse? The way I read the charter, we are required to appoint Mayor Pro Tem tonight. Is that correct?
Mayor Sites, yes, Charter Section 4.4 contemplates the selection of the Mayor Pro Tem. Be my recommendation that a Mayor Pro Tem is selected tonight so that you have someone in that role. It is an important role in terms of filling in for the mayor, should the mayor be unavailable, as well as succeeding the mayor, should the mayor not be able to serve the remainder of the term. So I think that my advice would be to select a Mayor Pro Tem tonight by majority vote.
Round 15 yields 3 votes for Counselor David Demott and 3 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour. And we'll pass out another round of ballots. Round 16 yields 3 votes for Counselor David Demott, 2 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour, and 1 vote for Counselor Catherine Scully. And at this time, Mayor and Council, we've run out of pre-printed ballots, so we will ask that you indicate your selection using the notepad that has been placed at your station on the dais, and we will go around and pick up your ballot. Round 17 yields 2 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour, 3 votes for Counselor David Demont, and 1 vote for Counselor Catherine Scully. Council, if you will please use a notepad to indicate your selection for round 18. And round 18 yields 1 vote for Catherine Scully, 2 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour, and 3 votes for Counselor David Demott. Council, at this time, if you'll indicate your selection for round 19 on the notepad. Round 19 yields 3 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Counselor David Demott. Council, at this time, if you'll please indicate your selection for round 20. Round 20, the ballots for Mayor Pro Tem yields 3 votes for Counselor David Demott and 3 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour. Council, if you will please indicate on your scratch pad your selection for round 21. Round 21 of balloting for the Mayor Pro Tem yields 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. Council, if you would please indicate your selection for round 22. Round 22 yields 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott, 2 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour, and 1 vote for Catherine Scully. Council, if you will indicate your selection for round 23. Round 23 yields 1 vote for Councilor Scully, 2 votes for Councilor Seymour, and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott. Council will move on to round 24. If you'll please make your selection. Round 24 yields 3 votes for Councilor Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott. At this time, we'll move on to round 25. Council, if you'll make your selections, please. Round 25 yields 3 votes for Counselor David Demott and 3 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour. Council, if you'll indicate your votes for round 26. Round 26 results are 3 votes for Counselor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Counselor David Demott. And Council, if you'll indicate your selection for round 27.
I would like to ask my colleagues on council if they would like to suspend this portion of our agenda, go to the business at hand. We have many staff members that are working remotely that we probably want to get through their agenda items. Is that, first off, City Attorney Frankel, is that legal? And if so, do I have the of the body?
Mayor Sites, yes. With council's concurrence, the agenda order can be changed.
I'll ask colleagues if they would like to do this. Can I get a motion to suspend this until after item 10 on the agenda?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. It passes unanimously. All right. Next item on the agenda will be public hearings and other new business. I will entertain a motion to pass or for Councilor's Bill number 14. All right. Councilor Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 14 on first reading to approve the proposed amendment to the Westminster Municipal Code regarding the allowance of solar energy systems as a permitted use.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
There has been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or questions for staff on this item? I will just say I'm very excited to have this on the agenda. I know Westminster was the first platinum solar city for a different certification, beating out Boulder in Colorado. And I appreciate that we're continuing our leadership and making sure solar is easily available without a lot of burdensome red tape. All right. Ms. Parker, will you start the roll call vote?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Mayor Sites.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
And Counselor Demott.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6-0.
I would like to entertain a motion for resolution number 8, supporting the amendment of the agreement between the City of Westminster and the State Board of Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund. Counselor John Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 8, supporting the amendment of the agreement between the City of Westminster and the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund.
Counselor Scully.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Parker, will you please lead us in a roll call vote? And my apologies. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Counselor Smith, I see you are in the queue for that.
My apologies. I was trying to second and I didn't realize it was still on.
Oh, that's not a problem. Okay. Seeing no questions or discussion on this item, we will have Ms. Parker lead us in a roll call vote.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Mott,
Yes.
and Mayor Sites.
Yes.
Item 10B1 regarding resolution number 8 passes 0.
To continue the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 15 on first reading, appropriating a total of $994,000 into the General Capital Improvement Fund awarded from the Great Outdoors Colorado Generation Wild Grant Program for the ongoing Westy Powder Nature Education Programming.
Counselor Scully.
I second.
Thank you so much. There has been a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, will you please lead us in a roll call vote?
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
and Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Item 10B2, first reading of Counselor's Bill number 15 passes 6-0.
Thank you. And Counselor Bowles, finish it out.
Well, thank you again, Madam Mayor. I move, based on the recommendation of the city manager, to determine that the public interest is best served by approving the negotiated contract with Butterfly Pavilion and YESS Institute, and authorize the city manager to partner with these organizations on Great Outdoors Colorado Generation Wild Grant programming for to exceed $500,000 and $85,000 respectively.
Counselor Scully.
I second.
There has been a motion and a second. Is there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, will you please lead us in a roll call vote?
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
and Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Item 10B3 passes on a 6-0 vote.
Item before us is resolution number 9. Is there a motion? Counselor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move to adopt resolution number 9, authorizing the city manager to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the city of Westminster and the Colorado Department of Transportation pertaining to the administration of $283,176 in federal funds plus $353,970 to be used for the fiscal year 2021 Westminster Advanced Traffic Management System Detection and Pan Tilt Zoom Cameras Project.
Counselor Scully.
I second.
Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, will you please lead us in a roll call vote?
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
And item 10C1, resolution number 9 passes 6-0.
Thank you. Counselor Seymour, would you mind
Thank you.
continuing on this item?
Move to adopt resolution number 10, authorizing the city manager to accept Denver Regional Council of Governments Regional Transportation Operations and Technology Set-Aside Grant Funds in the amount of $283,176 for the fiscal year 2021 Westminster Advanced Traffic Management System Detection and Pan Tilt Zoom Cameras Project.
Counselor Scully,
I second.
are there any questions or discussion on this? Ms. Parker, will you please lead us in a roll call vote? Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
and Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Resolution number 10 passes 6-0.
Counselor Seymour, please finish us out.
I move to pass Counselor Bill number 16 on first reading and appropriates $283,176 in grant funds from the Colorado Department of Transportation and Denver Regional Council of Governments for the fiscal year 2021 Westminster Advanced Traffic Management System Detection and Pan Tilt Zoom Cameras Project.
Counselor Scully,
I second.
there has been a motion and a second. Can I see if there is any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
and Counselor DeMott.
Yes.
Counselor's Bill number 16 passes on first reading with a vote of 6-0.
And I spoke too soon. Now you will finish us out on this item. Seymour.
Thank you. I move to authorize a payment of $70,794 to the project as part of the local agency matching funds requirement.
Counselor Scully,
I second.
there has been a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, will you lead us in a roll call vote?
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
and Mayor Sites.
Yes.
Item 10C4 passes 6-0.
Next on the agenda is resolution number 11. Is there a motion? Counselor Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 11, authorizing the city manager to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Westminster and the Colorado Department of Transportation pertaining to the administration of $445,855 of federal funds for the fiscal year 2021 Westminster Controllers and Switches Project.
Counselor Smith.
Second.
There has been a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, please lead us in roll call.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
and Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Resolution number 11 passes unanimously 6-0.
Okay, Counselor Scully, would you like to continue with this item?
Yes, ma'am. I move to adopt resolution number 12, authorizing the city manager to accept Denver Regional Council of Governments Regional Transportation Operations and Technology Set Aside Grant Funds in the amount of $445,855 for the fiscal year 2021 Westminster Controllers and Switches Project.
And Counselor Smith.
Second.
There has been a motion and a second. Are there any comments or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Parker, please go with the roll call vote.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
and Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Resolution number 12 passes 6-0. Sorry.
All right, and we're going to go on now, finish this up on item D3, Counselor's Bill number 17. Counselor Scully.
Thank you, ma'am. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 17 on first reading to appropriate grant funds to be received from the Colorado Department of Transportation and the Denver Regional Council of Governments for the fiscal year 2021 Westminster Controllers and Switches Project.
Counselor Smith.
Second.
Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, please lead us in a roll call vote, Ms. Parker.
Counselor Bowles,
Yes.
Counselor DeMott,
Yes.
Mayor Sites,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
and Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor's Bill number 17 passes on first reading 6-0.
Next on our agenda is item E, resolution number 13. Is there a motion? Counselor Smith.
I move to adopt resolution number 13, authorizing the city manager to execute a quitclaim deed transferring a parcel of land located in the southwest quarter of section 24, township 2, south, range 69 west of the 6th principal meridian City of Westminster, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, hereinafter referred to as portion of Tract D in downtown Westminster from the city to the Westminster Economic Development Authority for future development of townhomes.
And Councilor Scully.
I second.
There has been a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, can you please lead us in a roll call vote? Ms. Parker.
Counselor Demott,
Yes.
Mayor Seitz,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Scully,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
and Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Item 10E, resolution number 13 passes 6-0.
The next item before us is item F, adopting resolution number 14, ordering a recall election on July 20th, 2021. Is there a motion? And I see that City Attorney David Frankel would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, mayors and councilors. After tonight's agenda was published last Wednesday, a protest as to the sufficiency of the petition related to Councilor Bowles was filed on Thursday afternoon. Last Friday, the clerk petitioned the Adams County District Court for guidance on how this protest should be handled. Counsel for the petitioners did not oppose this request. The court issued its guidance this afternoon at 5:22 p.m., and I wanted to inform you of that. And I would state that I recommend proceeding with Resolution 14, ordering a recall election as to Councilor Bowles. Meanwhile, the protest will be heard by the council-appointed administrative hearing officer, Karen Goldman, by the end of next week.
Thank you for that update. And I am entertaining a motion on resolution number 14. Councilor Demont. I apologize. Councilor Smith.
I adopt resolution number 14, ordering a recall election on July 20th, 2021.
Councilor Demont.
Second.
There has been a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Councilor Bowles.
I have a couple quick questions. What is the cost to run this election outside of our normal November elections? I don't remember seeing that. We always have a fiscal note attached. We always know how much when we're voting, we know how much we're voting for of city taxpayer dollars. I don't want to be irresponsible and not know that amount. What is the amount for an election attached to this recall that we're proposing tonight?
Mayor, if I might, I'd like to call on City Clerk to answer that question.
Thank you, City Manager Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. And thank you for the question, Councilor Bowles. There is no fiscal note attached to this item at this time because at the time that we were drafting this memo, we were still working hard to facilitate vendors who could assist us with their expertise in both consulting for this election, assisting us with ballot printing, programming, mailing, followed, of course, by counting. And we do anticipate that we will be able to enter into some level of intergovernmental agreements with Jefferson County and potentially with Adams County. But at this time, and really until such time that the election was called, we have been unable to engage in finalized talks on what those services might look like. We are also looking to engage with a consultant who can help us to coordinate this election. As you know, holding any election, a special election, a standalone election for a municipality that does not have an internal election staff requires a lot of outside support. So at this time, I am unable to give you a final number, also partially because the final costs for elections are largely driven by turnout. The turnout will drive how many election personnel will be required to count ballots, as well as I would assume it would cost no less than $200,000 to $250,000. But I would like to stress that is strictly uneducated guess at this time.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Then I have a question for the city attorney, because this is new territory. We haven't done this kind of stuff in Westminster before. Can I recuse myself from voting? I'm being asked to vote on election to recall myself. That doesn't seem right.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Bowles. I would, with the consensus of City Council, suggest that if it is your request to recuse yourself as being the object of the election, that you be excused from voting in light of the position where arguably you have a conflict on this particular item. So I would recommend asking your colleagues to weigh in and address your desire to recuse yourself here.
Well, thank you for that answer. I would like my colleagues to allow me to not vote on this. I can't think of a more conflict of interest than voting on a resolution to recall myself from public office. So I would ask that we allow me to not vote on this.
Councilor DeMont.
I think that that is a reasonable thing to request, and I would be in favor of allowing that.
Councilor Scully.
I also would support you in that, Councilor Bowles. I hope you understand that I will have to vote in support of this because it is the will of the people, but for the people. But I do think you should be able to recuse yourself. So thank you.
Councilor Seymour.
I too support your request.
Councilor Smith.
I support the recusal.
And I do as well. Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Are there any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Mayor Seitz.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
And Councilor DeMont.
Yes.
Resolution number 14 is adopted on a 5-0 vote with Councilor Bowles recused.
The next item before us is item G1. This is something to move forward a contract with Jamie Brower Psychological Services and Consulting. I see Councilor DeMont is already ready to make the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move based on the recommendation of the city manager to determine that the public interest would be best served by authorizing a sole source contract with Jamie Brower Psychological Services and Consulting, Inc. for comprehensive psychological services in the amount not to exceed $125,000 for the year 2021, not to exceed $165,000 in the years 2022 and 2023.
Councilor Scully.
I second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Councilor DeMont.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a minute to thank staff for bringing this forward. I know that in our recent strategic planning and the ones prior, as the mayor alluded earlier, that this council has been very unified in addressing mental health needs from both the community and also our employee base. People who this serves in the first responders area, they deal with a lot of really hard stuff to see, and I think it's very important that we take care of their psychological needs. And then when we get the resources that keep them healthy both physically and mentally while they serve this city. So I'm very glad to see this, and I'm going to be supporting it this evening.
Thank you very much. Councilor Scully.
Thank you, ma'am. I too plan to support this, but I do have a couple of questions. One is, have we ever done a contract like this in the past, or is this completely new? don't see anybody to, I guess.
I'm right. Councilor Scully, I'm right behind you.
I have no questions. I'm going to turn off my light.
Thank you, Councilor Scully. Mayor, acting mayor and members of council, I'm going to bring Todd Reeves on, the acting police chief. I think the short answer to your question is yes, we've done this routinely, but there may be follow-up questions. And Todd, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councilors. We have done contracts with Dr. Brower's psychological services in the past. Nothing to this extent, but for our services for the last at least 15 years, we've contracted with some psychological service.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Reeves. Another question that I have is that this is a sole source contract, and in the spirit of my fellow Councilor Vols, I always want to know, why did we choose a sole source contract rather than bidding it out to more diverse people to accept the contract?
Oh, very fair question. I think that Dr. Brower has demonstrated to be by far an industry leader in psychological services for first responders. Not just, we're fortunate to have her in the state of Colorado, because not just in Colorado, but throughout the nation. And she sits on the board of psychological services for law enforcement for the nation as well. And there really is only one other police psychological provider in the state. And we've gotten to the point of robust needs for training and evaluations that really Dr. Brower's office, it can only answer to and be able to support a department of our size.
Thank you. I very much appreciate your contribution and answers tonight. I will be supporting this. I think this is powerful for our police, for our first responders. They have very difficult jobs. I can't imagine doing them myself. I don't know how they go home at night and recover from what they've done. So I am pleased that we will be supporting them with some mental health opportunities.
You know, Mayor, I appreciate Councilor Scully's comments. I want to add to that a lot of pride that I have in our police department, and that we have brought mental health services into the agency in all spheres to support our officers and their needs, which are at a unique point in history right now, but also to support our community and having co-responders. And that program has been so important. Council has supported that. I really appreciate that. You've been unwavering in that support. That's been really important for our officers to feel. And I just want to express to our officers that are watching this evening is that you have tremendous support from the City Council here in regard to your well-being, and appreciate you having expressed that many times. And Deputy Chief Reeves, I'd like to compliment you on this co-responder program, which is not on the agenda tonight, but it is something that augments this and supplements this. And to accentuate, we're very fortunate, Councilor Scully, to be in the queue with Dr. Brower already, as this increased volume of need has come in to our state. We're in a better position to be able to expand our services with her because of that.
Thank you very much, City Manager Tripp. Are there any further questions on this item? And I would just like to echo my appreciation for this level of advocacy on this issue from my colleagues, in particular in this last strategic planning session from Councilor DeMont. With that being said, let's go to the roll call vote.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
And Mayor Seitz.
Yes.
Item G1 passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you so much. The next item before us is item G2. Do we have a motion from this as well, Councilor DeMont?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the police department to apply for the 2022 and 2023 Peace Officer Mental Health Support Grant Program that funds comprehensive psychological services.
Councilor Scully?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments, discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's go to a roll call vote.
Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Demott. Mayor Seitz.
Yes.
And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Item G2 passes on a 6-0 vote.
The next item before us is item number H, to hold a discussion about the city's response to COVID-19 and possible next steps. City Manager Tripp.
Acting Mayor, I invite to join us this evening, Public Works and Utilities Director and the Chair of our EOC and Long-Term Planning organization within the city, Max Kirschbaum, who has a short report on the status of the spread of the virus and other related matters.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If I could have the first slide, please. Here is the familiar metric update with the case number information. Please note on this slide, as well as the others I'm going to show, there's actually a variety of dates on the as of dates in the lower left corner of each slide. Seem to be a little bit more variability this time in the currency of some of the data as we looked at it today. But this slide is as of May 7th. For the most part, the arrows this time, as you've heard in across media over the last week, the case numbers are beginning to decline a bit. In specific, looking at Adams and Jefferson County case numbers, as of this evening, the number for Adams County is at 192 and Jefferson County is at 136. So both of those continue to see a little bit more decline, even as what is shown here. I'll skip to the hospitalization number. As of Friday was at 713. It's hovered. It went as high as 730 during this kind of last 3-day period. Thank you for advancing the slide. I appreciate that. And as of today, that number is still above 700, but right at 703. So just right around that 700 number. Perhaps there's an indication here of a little bit of leveling. Move to the next slide, please. Again, you start to see a little bit of flattening out of this cumulative vaccine administration slide. While the numbers are still climbing, and we're now at over 4.5 million Coloradans who have received at least one shot. If you were to look at this data on a daily basis, what you would see is actually a decline. There are fewer numbers each day being vaccinated, but when you look at it in a cumulative form, you'll always show an increase just with a flatter slope. And that's what you're beginning to see here. Next slide, please. This and the next two slides will be front and center next week as both counties move to phase 2 of their published public health orders, and that will occur on May 16th, which is Sunday, I believe. And this is the metric that we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks. The Adams County number of, you see the red line at 2.0, that's 2.0 hospitalizations per 100,000 in the county over a 14-day period. Again, it appears likely to me that Adams County would be able to maintain a number lower than 2.0, which would allow the county to remain in a status that will become familiar called clear, which essentially means no restrictions. Mask orders are a separate issue. Next slide, please. And you'll see a little bit older data here. You'll see this is as of April 30th for Jefferson County. But again, their rate is closer to 1.0 in Jefferson County, again, indicating that likely it would be able to maintain that metric at below 2.0, also then qualifying to remain in level clear, which again is not effective yet, but would be on Sunday, May 16th, as both counties transition to phase 2 of their orders. And that's all I have for you this evening, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, if I could add one additional comment. Last week, Councilor Smith asked us for some additional reporting on the continuation of extended testing for police, fire, selected police, fire, and public works employees. That matter has been under consideration for a few weeks. I did receive an updated report from Deputy Chief Burke, who has been researching this for the last 2 or 3 weeks. He's consulted with both police chief, fire chief, and myself as department heads for those 3 departments. Our recommendation moving forward will be to continue the advanced testing on a weekly basis for police and firefighters, primarily because the rates are still relatively high, and the degree of exposure of those employees also remains high, degree of exposure to the public. On the public works and utilities side, we anticipate ceasing that advanced testing at the end of this week. Main difference being all of our plant operators have had the opportunity and are vaccinated, and their level of public exposure is very low in the performance of their duty. So we'll continue to have testing available on an as-needed basis for that group of employees, just like we do for the entire staff, Westminster City staff.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. It does appear we have a few more questions. Councilor DeMont.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum, for your report. I'm just curious, as far as the advanced testing, do you have a goal line in mind where the other departments would be able to roll back with that, with them getting vaccinated and things moving in a positive direction? Is there kind of a line where we think that we'll be able to cease that activity?
Yeah, at this point, the best answer I can give is it will continue to be evaluated. It's not something we're going to drop. Chief Burke will continue to look at the prevalence in the community by the case rate numbers as we move forward, and then there are also other changes that would take place with state and county public health orders that potentially could influence that as well. But for now, the primary concern is the degree of that exposure, and also watching the rate of vaccinations. So, and at this time, I think we're still hovering around that 30% of the 30% of the total population of the state of Colorado, and that movement has been pretty slow at this point, climbing up from that just over 30% who are fully vaccinated.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. And so on that was going to be my next question, and you kind of started the answer I was looking for. But as far as, because I know that we've talked in the past that the state goal, I don't know if it was state or national, but the goal was to try to hit that 70% vaccinated. And I'm assuming that's adult population, since until recently nobody was doing youth. But with that being said, when you say fully vaccinated, do you have an idea on the metrics of the people that are partially vaccinated, maybe one shot?
Do you mean general population or staff? I'm sorry.
General population.
Yeah, well, if you break down that 4.5 million, it's in that range of, I forget the exact stat. I'll look it up in a moment, but and I can report back. But it's approaching 3 million now who are. I'm sorry, approaching. I'm sorry. Let me back off for that. I don't know the breakdown off the top of my head on the 4.5 million. I don't want to misquote a number.
That's fine. You can get back to us on it. I'm just curious to see what that number is, because the last time I saw it, I felt like the population that had at least one of the shots was spiked that number quite a bit. So hopefully,
yeah. Again, I don't want to guess, but I believe that at least one shot is approaching that 3 million mark, which would be a little over half of the state population.
Okay, I'm happy to have you just send it back to us, and an email would be fine.
Will do.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you for the information.
Thank you. The last thing I would like to just add to the conversation, I'm sure most of you saw the update, but for those of us with younger children, today was a big day because Pfizer vaccine has been approved for children from the ages of 12 to 15. So hopefully we will see that population start to become vaccinated quickly. Any other questions? I believe, is this the last of our COVID agenda items tonight, or is there another? That is it. Okay. So
Mayor
at this
Pro Tem,
point,
or excuse me, Mayor.
sorry, I didn't see your like.
Did not mean that.
Go ahead.
Did I just say one thing? Looks like Mr. Kirschbaum is
Yes,
occupied.
I'm sorry. I was turning my head looking at my other computer for that data point. It's 2.7 million who have received at least one dose.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you for bringing to the forefront my question last week and answering that regarding our police and fire and emergency personnel. It's important that we continue to look at that. I know you've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks, but it's important to keep it on our radar as far as where we're at. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. With nothing else before us on our regular agenda, I guess we will reopen it to the Mayor Pro Tem selection. Ms. Parker?
Thank you, Mayor Seitz. When we left off, we had completed round 26 of balloting to select a Mayor Pro Tem. So at this time, if you will please make your selections for round 27. The result of the voting on round 27 yields 3 votes for Councillor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councillor David DeMott. Council, if you would please make a selection for round 28. Round 28 yields 3 votes for Councilor David Demont and 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour. And staff will pick up your selections for round 29. The results for round 29 of voting for Mayor Pro Tem yields 3 votes for Councilor David Demont and 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour. Council will move on to round 30. Voting on round 30 of the selection from new Mayor Pro Tem yields 1 vote for Catherine Scully, 1 vote for Rich Seymour, and 1 vote for, correction. 1 vote for Councilor Scully, 2 votes for Councilor Seymour, and 3 votes for Councilor Demott. If you will please make a selection for round 31. Round 31 yields 3 votes for Councilor David Demott and 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour. Council, if you'll make selections for round 32. Round 32 yields 3 votes for Councilor David Demott, 2 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour, and 1 vote for Councilor Catherine Scully. Council will move on to round 33. The results from round 32 are 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David Demott. Council, if you will make your selections for round 34. Round 34, the vote results are 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David Demott. Council, if you'll make your selection for round 35.
If we are still at an impasse, I'd recommend we have another moment where everyone kind of speaks their piece, for anyone who wants to speak their piece.
Round 35 yields 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David Demott.
Are there any members of council who want to discuss their thought process, make an argument, or an olive branch? Let's proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Seymour.
Right. Mayor, I buzzed in late, so thank you. With the idea of reconciliation in mind, I'd like to release my fellow councilors from voting for me. We'll try that. I appreciate it again. I do. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Parker, let's proceed with the voting.
All right, if council will please make their selections for round 36. Round 36 results are 3 votes for Councilor David Demott and 3 votes for Rich Seymour. Council, if you will make your selection for round 37. The results from round 37 are 3 votes for Councillor David Demott and 3 votes for Councillor Rich Seymour.
Madam Mayor, may I say something or?
Yes, please go ahead.
Is there a possibility that we could do some form of power sharing? It looks like we're at a true deadlock here, meaning each one of us takes a 4-week period, or we have 2 people and they share duties, or is there a way that we do this differently than because I think we're going to be here all night, it looks like. So is there a possibility? We've had legislatures, state legislators, where they shared the speakership, and it was every other session a different speaker. Now they had a long process to hash that out. But is there a way to, because the role is someone to be there in case something happens to the mayor. So if we have someone designated to do that, and it's a revolving amongst us, someone in that position from month to month, it could be different. Is that a possibility?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bowles. Pursuant to the charter, section 4.4 addresses the mayor pro tem. The term of the mayor pro tem expires at the first council meeting following each regular city election. So the charter defines the term to go basically to the second week of November this year. So any arrangement where you would compromise on the duration of the office, I think whoever is selected per the charter would have a term to that second week of November. I don't know what arrangement might be implemented where that person didn't serve their full term, which would trigger the need for another selection. But I can tell you under the charter, the term goes to the second week of November.
Are there any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I recommend that we go back to the selection process.
Balloting round 38 yields 3 votes for Councillor David Demott and 3 votes for Councillor Rich Seymour. Council, if you will indicate your selection for round 39. The results from round 39 are 3 votes for Councillor David Demott and 3 votes for Councillor Rich Seymour. Council, if you will indicate your selection for round 40. Round 40 yields 3 votes for Councillor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councillor David Demott.
I'm going to ask after this round that we take a brief break.
The results of round 41 yield 3 votes for Councillor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councillor David Demott.
Okay, let's take a brief recess and meet back here at 10:20. All right. So we're going to continue on with this. I wanted to pose a question to my colleagues. In this scenario, Councillor Voles suggested, while our charter doesn't contemplate that, would it be possible for us to create an agreement where we would potentially have folks agree ahead of time that they would resign? There's 5 members of council. We could rotate the mayor pro tem each month. Is that something that appeals, or is that kind of, not appropriate? Are there thoughts from my colleagues on that suggestion that Councillor Voles made? Councillor Seymour?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I would not contemplate that. I also have another thought too. If we could release him now, and whatever decision we come to, it would be the acting mayor pro tem, and then have the swearing in at another time.
I think that question should be deferred to City Attorney David Frankel. My understanding, if I remember the charter, I think it's sworn in. I think it's actually might be in there.
Okay. I'm just hoping to relieve the judge of.
I appreciate your compassion.
Thank you for the question. One moment while I reference the charter. So if I understand the proposal, it would be to potentially elect one of the members to serve as the mayor pro tem for the term that would go to the next election, with a swearing in to follow at the next regular meeting.
That's correct.
And I think that could be done in that the charter doesn't specify that the election results in an immediate swearing in. Rather, it does just reference electing one of its members. So I think, yes, you could choose to do the swearing in at the next regular meeting.
Thank you for that suggestion. Does the bulk of council want to release Judge Lontine?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yes.
Judge, we appreciate you being with us tonight. But go get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Catherine Scully, Councillor Scully, you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, I would support Councillor Voles' suggestion of perhaps rotating the mayor pro tem position monthly. 5 of us, we could go in the order that we were elected, with Dave Demott beginning. I would be willing to do that. Another compromise would be to rotate weekly until we can get an appointee in here who then would break our tie, because we would be council of 7 again. Ideas.
Councillor Lindsay Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kind of nice to say Madam instead of Sir. I appreciate us trying to come to a consensus or a solution tonight. But I think that we've seen that we need to follow the charter, and it would go against from what I have stood on tonight to say that we need to follow our charter. And if this brings into any more clarity that we need in a city charter for this kind of scenario, I think it's appropriate that we look further into that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. City Attorney David Frankel.
Apologies, left my button pressed.
Okay, thank you. Without seeing any additional comments, it seems like I have one councillor that's supportive of Councillor Voles' idea, but 2 that are not supportive. And I think it would have to be something that is I would only feel comfortable going forward if there was unanimous support for it. So I think at this point, let us continue with the selection process.
All right, council, if you would please make your selection for round 42. Round 42 yields 3 votes for Councillor Seymour and 3 votes for Councillor Demott. Council, if you'll please make your selections for round 43. Round 43 yields 3 votes for Councillor Seymour and 3 votes for Councillor Demott. Council, if you will please write your selections for round 44. Round 44 yields 3 votes for Councillor Demott and 3 votes for Councillor Seymour. Council, if you can make selection for round 45. The results of round 45 are 3 votes for Councillor Seymour and 3 votes for Councillor Demott. Council, if you will make your selection for round 46.
Council, the results for round 46 are 3 for Rich Seymour and 3 for Councillor DeMott. Please proceed to round 47.
I have a quick question for City Attorney David Frankel. Would it be possible to bring up the post-meeting item as under item number 11, or I'm sorry, item number 12? I'm sorry, item number 12, because I do think it's very important for our residents to hear about the appointment process to council. And I'd like that to occur this evening. And my feeling is this may go on to the wee hours of the morning. So I know we had originally scheduled this as a post-meeting item. I wanted to see, A, is it possible to move it now, and B, would my colleagues be willing to?
Thank you, Mayor Seitz. Yes, council can agree to modify the agenda order. So if council would like to take up the post-meeting item while this item is set aside for a moment, I think that council can certainly agree to do that. I'd recommend, if you will do that, if you want to, don't adjourn this meeting, rather modify the agenda order, take up the post-meeting item, and then return to the meeting.
Council, do I have a motion to that effect?
I so move, Madam Mayor.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any questions or discussion? All those in favor, please vote by aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. So that it unanimously passes. City Manager Tripp, could you please ask staff to lead us in the previously agendized as a post-agenda item going over the appointment of the vacancy process?
Yes, thank you, Interim Mayor. This evening, the conversation on this matter will be led by CAO Frankel and our city clerk, Michelle Parker, and Dave or Michelle. I'm not sure who wants to kick this off, but the two of them will lead you through this. And of course, I'll be available for feedback and comment should you need that from me also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. If I can start, I would look to Ms. Parker to take off where I can leave it. I would just want to identify for City Council that pursuant to the charter, filling vacancies in elective offices, section 5.7, any vacancy which occurs in the council shall be filled within 30 days by a majority vote of the remaining members of the council, said appointee to hold office for any balance of the unexpired term. Next paragraph, if any vacancy in the office of councilor, which the council is authorized to fill, is not so filled within 30 days after such vacancy occurs, such vacancies shall be filled for the respective unexpired terms at a special election. So we are here today in that the Mayor Pro Tem has been sworn as the mayor to serve the unexpired balance of former Mayor Herb Atchison's term. So that's a 6-month term ending in November. Former Mayor Pro Tem Seitz' term was for an additional 2 years beyond that. So it is 2.5 years remaining on her unexpired term, which is now needing to be filled by a majority vote of council. My recommendation would be that a majority of council reach agreement to name a successor to fill that vacancy. If that is not possible within 30 days per the charter, that vacancy shall be filled for the respective unexpired terms at a special election. So I'll look to Ms. Parker to talk about potentially things including how vacancies have been filled in the past by city councils in Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel, and Madam Mayor and members of City Council. There is no prescribed methodology for filling this vacancy, so the City Council has a wide latitude to determine their own process in filling the vacancy. Previously, as many of you will recall, because you participated in the last vacancy, Council opted at that time to open up applications, which was facilitated by the City Clerk's office. We accepted applications online, and then Council directed staff to schedule interviews with every applicant seeking to be selected to fill the vacancy. A series of special meetings was called specifically for the purpose of interviewing those candidates publicly. There were a couple of different methods that were used. In the fall of 2018 to fill the vacancy of former Mayor Pro Tem Maria DeCambra, the process was such that everyone who submitted an application who was eligible to serve, that is a resident of the City of Westminster for at least 1 year and a current registered elector of the City of Westminster and not in default to the city, was interviewed. And a series of special meetings was called, and each of those applicants was given a 15-minute interview publicly here in the council chambers before the council. In 2019, we had 2 vacancies. Council at that time opted to ask for a couple of supplemental questions of applicants who wished to maintain their application through to the next year in 2019. And then council met based on the answers submitted in the original applications as well and selected a list of finalists. And those finalists were scheduled through the city clerk's office for 25-minute interviews at a series of special meetings that were conducted here in the city council chambers. In prior years, other city councils have opted for a different method. For example, don't quote me on this, but I believe it was 2004, and then prior in 2002, the city council opted to meet at their regular meeting, place names in nomination, and then vote as many rounds as it took until they reached a majority. So again, there have been various methods used by different councils, and this evening staff is seeking direction from you as to your wishes for filling this vacancy for the unexpired term.
Members of council, I'd ask you if you have any questions, comments, or thoughts about the proposed process, or about a process you'd like to propose. Councilor DeMont.
My question is there anything in the charter that contemplates us just sending it to a special election?
Councilor DeMont, yes, once the 30 days has passed. So the charter directs that council has 30 days to, by a majority vote, select an appointee. But if the position is not filled within 30 days after the vacancy occurs, that vacancy is filled for the respective unexpired term at a special election. So with the vacancy occurring tonight, May 10th, I believe 30 days runs to June 9th. So if council has not been able to select a candidate to fill the remainder of that term by June 9th, then yes, a special election would be the next step.
And I understand that. I guess my question, maybe I need to be more direct. Is there anything to stop us from saying we don't think we can come to an agreement? We would prefer just to go straight to the special election.
So the Charter 5.7
the operative word I would direct council's attention to is the shall. Vacancies which occur in the council shall be filled within 30 days by a majority vote of the remaining members of council. So that shall, I believe, directs that there needs to be an effort with 30 days or less, if possible, to reach agreement on that successor. But I don't think that the special election provision under 5.7b is really activated, so to speak, until 30 days have passed where you have not been able to fill the vacancy.
So I guess that's my confusion about that it shall be done in that way. And we just heard in great length that prior councils used a variety of methods for filling vacancies at their discretion. So if it's at our discretion, I guess I'm just trying to understand why that couldn't be a tool that we decided to use.
So the options before you are within that 30-day window. So the past examples that we have identified have all occurred within the 30-day window. So council doesn't need to take 30 days, I guess is one way to describe it. You could certainly gather names and you could fill this vacancy within a week if you so desired and reach consensus.
And-
Prior examples, I don't know that any of them went beyond the 30 days.
And I'd also like to clarify, perhaps I wasn't using clear language, all of those methodologies were used to appoint a member with a majority vote from the council.
Thank you.
Counselor Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is going to take a little bit of getting used to. Sorry. So you're saying in 2004, people came up with their own names and they threw them in a hat and basically decided from there without interviewing or doing any kind of consultation with these people?
The minutes reflect that members of council placed names in nomination and then subsequently voted in an attempt to reach a majority vote to fill the vacancy. There's no indication that any other interviews or application process took place, to my knowledge.
That does not seem very transparent at all. And so I would not be in favor of that. I think that opening it up to an application process and going through interviews and getting to know people, I think it's a great experience for everyone. We get to meet people, they get to meet us. We get to hear thoughts about different ideas about the city. And we get to just meet lots of people. So I would be in favor of going back to what we've done. I appreciate Councilor Dumont thinking about moving this to a special election right away. I think it does seem a little evident that we may have a difficult time coming to a consensus. On the other hand, I think that we just need to work better together to come to consensus. I think that, serving your community has to be beyond our personal wants and egos. We have to be able to put that aside and work for the good of our community. And so I feel like we could do that as a team to appoint someone to the vacant seat. I am hopeful and believe that will happen. And I am also very concerned about another cost to our city for another election. Mr. Frankel, I do have a question for you. So we're looking at June 9th that we would have to determine that we go to a special election. Where does that put that special election in date-wise?
So a special election called June 9th. Recent experience has suggested that special elections, I believe, would need on the order of 70 days to comply with a nominating period for candidates to be
identified and for adequate time to print ballots and mail ballots.
So I'll just jump in if that's all right. The resolution that council adopted this evening directs us to hold an election within 83 days of the certification of sufficiency. As City Attorney Frankel has mentioned, anything less than that, and we would be looking at having to greatly reduce the number of days in which candidates could file nomination petitions to gain access to the ballot. But really the biggest problem you run into is being able to find any mail house or print vendor that could turn around in the neighborhood of 80,000 ballots in less than 10 to 14 days. So, 30 days from, or rather from tonight being June 9th, move forward in between 70 and 83 days is what we would be looking at.
Does that put us within 90 days of our November election? And is that a conflict? I've heard rumor to that effect. I try not to trust the rumors.
So if I could, Councilor Scully, 70 days following June 9th, need a calculation as to where that lands. And if I'm not mistaken, that would be August 18th. Ms. Parker, if you could, what day is Election Day in November? Is it the 2nd?
Correct. Tuesday the 2nd.
And Councilor Scully, the concept of the 90-day period during which a municipality cannot conduct an election, I believe resides at 3110-108 in the Colorado Revised Statutes. We need a calculation as to what November 2nd minus 90 days lands on.
My calculation shows that subtracting 90 days from November 2nd lands you on Wednesday, August the 4th.
So what would that mean? Would that mean we would have to then run the special election in November with the regular election?
I believe that would be the result. And we would just, I'd ask for some opportunity to confirm that conclusion. But
Absolutely.
That is a distinct possibility that August 4th would be the last day a
special election could be conducted without being within that 90-day window. And since we run our elections on a Tuesday, I believe that would be August 3rd is the Tuesday.
Are you finished answering my question? Okay, and are your questions fully answered?
Yeah.
Do you have any additional follow-up questions?
I don't. I just think that we as a council have to decide to do what's right by the city. We have to decide that we are going to agree to appoint someone within the 30 days. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Mayor. I too agree with Councilor Scully that we absolutely need to do the right thing with the utmost transparency. I also believe that we have an opportunity, since we already have a special election pending. I guess my question would be, to put it to the voters, my question would be for the city clerk's office. If we had a special election, let's throw out a date, July 27th. June 9th would be 45 days prior to that. Would that be a sufficient time to amend that ballot, or are we outside that window to add that?
Let me think about that for a second. So you're asking, could the city council adopt another resolution to move the date of the special recall election forward 7 days, for example, and then merge the recall election and an election to fill a vacancy?
That's correct. And I just used the 27th because that gave the 45-day mark, but I didn't know if that would be sufficient to change the ballots and get them out to meet the federal Overseas Act.
Right. So UOCAVA, which is also known as, I believe, the Uniform Military Voters Act in Colorado, or similar, forgive me if that's not the correct name of the act, locally, does require that UOCAVA ballots go out 45 days prior, period. And so I think a point of clarification for you, Councilor Seymour, for my benefit, would be forego the process to attempt to fill the vacancy and then open up some sort of nomination period. Is that what you are contemplating in an effort to merge them onto one ballot?
As an end result, yes.
I'd have to ask the city attorney to weigh in on that.
So a nomination period is necessary so that candidates can apply to be on the ballot. Typically, the nomination period begins with an order setting an election, as tonight. The recall election by Resolution 14 was set for July 20th and includes a 10-day nominating period that starts
tomorrow,
basically now.
Correct.
So the challenge would be how to get nominations started in advance of an election being called, when they're typically one and the same, the nomination period and the call for the election. So a nomination, for example, beginning June 9th, you'd need some period of time for nominations. You'd need some period of time to print ballots, and then at least 45 days ahead of election day to mail them to your military and overseas voters. So those are some of the scheduling challenges.
Right. And so to be clear, based on this schedule, right, the ballot has to be out the door on its way on day 45. So build in 2 weeks prior to that for a final certification of the ballot that can then be made print ready to be sent to a printer and mail house. That is what you would have to meet in order to merge those two. And as as City Attorney Frankel mentions, you have a nomination period that begins tomorrow morning, right, at 7 a.m. when the city clerk's office opens. Ostensibly, we would expect to get requests for nomination petitions. If the city council wants to add another ballot question, or rather another contest, you would have to give clear direction to both staff and the public as to when you wish for that nomination period to begin, just to avoid confusion, obviously, and to assist us in facilitating that type of action. Obviously, depending on the direction council were to give this evening, in the alternate, council could direct staff to open an application process for a vacancy. So depending on what council wants to do, we would, obviously we will give you the best recommendation we can based on what you'd like to see happen. But those timelines overlapping would have to be made very, very clear pretty immediately.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just looking for an opportunity to give our residents the most voice possible without spending any more money. So I'm trying to reconcile these dates in my mind and see if we can consolidate that part. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Seymour, for that suggestion. City Attorney David Frankel.
Thank you. And actually, to Councillor Seymour's comment, I would offer another scenario for council's consideration. And that would be that if the vacancy isn't able to be filled within 30, could, I believe, schedule the special to be part of the general in November, thereby filling the unexpired term on a currently scheduled election. So a November election, I believe, is possible in that our charter and code don't impose a deadline on a special election. So it could be pushed to November if that's the desire of council.
I appreciate that clarification, City Attorney Frankel. For my part, we have had a lot of discussion while I've been on council about this portion of the charter. And the conversation always comes back to shall shall appoint within that 30-day window. And then after that window, we can go to a special election. It is what compelled us the last time we had 2 vacancies at the same time to go through an interview process. Just tonight, I swore an oath, I can read it, to support the ordinances and the city charter of the city of Westminster. So whether or not we think it's clear, whether or not we like it, that is what we've all sworn an oath to. I really appreciate Councillor Seymour wanting to figure out if we're at an impasse, what is the most cost-effective way. I also think that we want to consider voter turnout. And I think having 3 elections back to back is going to have low voter turnout and kind of confusion. If we do get to an impasse, which I hope we don't, I hope that we would be able to find a consensus candidate that we could all support. Because I think that's a charter responsibility of us to at least consider that possibility and interview with open minds. I would prefer to have that election at the general election when people are expecting an election and you have higher turnout. It also allows people to get their name out to voters. All of us who have run recognize it's a big city. It's a big city to get your name out. And we don't want to have very low information, making a determination like that. I prefer a very transparent and fair process where we have a posting for people, letting them know there is an appointment process. Please step up to serve your city. You never know who's going to come out of the word work. I'd like to have our interviews be public. I think that really, while it does put a little bit of pressure on a candidate, they're going to have to get used to doing everything pretty publicly. So I think that it would be good to have it be public and televise the interviews. But I would be going into it with the expectation that I would want to find a candidate to serve the city, and I would be voting my conscience every time. I don't want to try to game the charter to force a special election. I want to follow the charter. And if we get to an impasse, we get to an impasse. And luckily in that portion, it contemplates what to do then. But I do want to follow the rules set forth in our charter as there. And as far as the question process, I prefer the process where we have a full advertising, accept applications are public, and are there comments? Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was hoping not to have an extra election in there from a cost standpoint too. I was trying to figure out the numbers working backwards, and it seems to be a bit of a problem. In lieu of that, I believe in an open process with open applications and a hybrid of that, I believe, that came down in 2019. Correct me if the year's wrong, but there was a cut down rather than interviewing 64 people. So I didn't envy council for that job at that time. And then the second round was, I think, was a little different. But I would be in favor of a cut down before live interviews. If my with fellow councilor just that's a reasonable process during job interviews too. So.
I think that's fair. Councilor DeMont.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been through a couple of these, as have you, and Councilor Scully, and three of you who have been on the other side of those, as well as two of us have been on the other side of appointment processes and seen various ways that they work. So I think that the 2019 cut down, as Councilor Seymour alluded to, I liked the first round. What I did not care for in the second round that I think could have been a good opportunity for us to come to better consensus was that final cut down. I recall in a round where the way that it worked is we had like somebody who had 3, somebody who had 2, somebody who had 1. The one who had 1 was out, even though he had a pretty big candidate pool up to that point. And that person who got 1 vote, potentially maybe you could have made some in-ground, I think, on that person. So my only ask, I guess, of the council is that we would consider when we go through that final selection process, if there's somebody who's still getting a vote of one of us 6 on council, that that they can stay in and maybe potentially be considered. I know when, for example, when Faith Winter was filled, you followed that one. It was tied between myself and Shannon Bird for like 4 rounds, and then the rules got changed and everybody got put back in. But up to that point, there was nobody in, but everybody, which made sense because up to that point, nobody had gotten any votes. So I hope that makes sense what I'm asking. So if somebody gets a vote, I just would like them to stay in the process. So like in 15, after the first round, there was something like 15 candidates. They all dropped out because nobody had a vote. The last time when we went through it, like when you were appointed, there was a couple rounds where somebody might have had 3, somebody had 2, and somebody had 1. We were dropping that 1 vote out. And even going into that, honestly, that wasn't clear to me. I was thinking the 1 vote should have stayed in and then went to another round. And then maybe some people that were on the 3 or 2 vote could have been like, you know what, I could work with that guy or girl and then switch. So I think it makes sense if somebody makes it that far through that many rounds and they got a vote, that they should still have consideration.
Thank you, Councilor DeMont. I would like to ask City Attorney Frankel if the rules governing kind of that process of appointment on the actual voting from the dais, are those council protocols or were they contemplated in our chart? I'm trying to remember where that, I remember the same scenario you're talking about, and I just don't know where that rule resides and how flexible it is.
Yes, Mayor cites that rule does reside in the council rules and regulations. So in order to modify those, council can do that by resolution. So yes, in advance of this process, that may be something, we can bring, if that's your request, and bring a proposed modification to the council rules and regulations addressing how the process plays out as far as how many ballots before it results in the pool being restored to its complete number, and whether lowest vote receivers get dropped. I think is the scenario that occurred. There was a dropping of the person who had won, forcing a vote on the remaining two. So if that's not something the council desires, that can also be something that's addressed in the council rules and regulations.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
You may.
So going back to the appointment of Faith Winter's seat. So in that scenario, there actually was a resolution, I believe it was, in the fourth round that council made a motion that allowed everybody to get put back in. So it wasn't like in that rule set, it changed at that point. I don't know if that rule stuck, but is that the same kind of thing you're contemplating? Because that was done on the fly during the process. I think it was like fourth round. They decided, hey, we're at an impasse. We want to make this resolution, threw everybody back in the pool.
So I'm happy to do some research to find out if that stuck. But I would recommend, if we have expectations ahead of that, we can absolutely put a resolution before you so that you don't have to do this on the fly.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeMont. Does that answer all your questions? Okay. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm first and foremost for the vote of the people. I think I made that clear tonight. But because, and I'm at a little bit of a conflicting stance here because it does conflict with also my stance on following the charter. And the charter says shall fill a vacancy within 30 days. And so this is a particular situation, though, where this seat has 2.5 years as its term, which is an incredibly long time for a sitting councilor to be appointed and not be the vote of the people. So this is a really particular situation in that regard. But following the charter and following the rule of the law from what is described in the charter, if we can't punt this to the general election in November, if we don't have a consensus to that, I'd be willing to work to see what we can do to fill a vacancy for within that 30-day time frame.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, comments, any clarification that staff needs on this item? City Attorney David Frankel.
Thank you, Mayor Seitz. Apologize for not pushing the button here. Thanks to Ms. Parker for identifying. So modification of the council rules and regulations, if done on the fly, so to speak, requires a unanimous vote. But if we can plan ahead and present a resolution, that would be by a majority. So I think ideally, if council has expectations about how this process should be playing out, we will be glad to provide you language to consider in the form of a resolution. But just understand that changing the rules on the fly does require unanimity.
Thank you for that. Ms. Parker, do you have any clarification questions for us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only direction that I think is going to be important for us staff is for you to set the expectation for the time frame in which you wish us to execute this process that you're contemplating. As you know, tomorrow morning we begin a nomination process for folks who wish to access the recall election ballot. So if it is council's desire to carry on with an application method, then we would request that you give us the dates in which you would be available either to discuss what the application should look like, whether you would like us to use the previous iteration of the application, when you would like us to open those applications, when you would like us to close the application period of time, anticipating that we will need some number of days to schedule however many applicants you wish to interview, and then also council's availability to call special meetings in which to interview applicants publicly.
Thank you for clarifying all of the different points that you need us to give you feedback on. With council's permission, I'd like to kind of suggest a few things that I'd like us then to discuss and maybe agree upon. The first thing I would say is that we should probably open up the application period and the call for applications tomorrow, and perhaps hold it for 10 days. In the past, the way we came up with the application is we allowed each member of council to ask and submit a question. Or that could be for the interview process actually as well. We could request to use the same application. I don't know if there is that we used last time, the same application, and then our interview questions could be more specific. But then I think we probably need to allow for some deliberation and coincide this with a city council meeting where we could have vote. So what is the last city council meeting before that 30 days expires?
I believe the last city council meeting before that day, if you'll give me just 1 second to pull up the calendar, is actually a study session currently, but of course could be noticed as a special meeting of the city council. I would just like to make a comment that opening up the applications tomorrow may not occur at 7 a.m. This is a process that requires that we make it available online, and we set up on the back end our ability to receive those applications online. It could potentially be achieved later in the day, but I hate to overpromise and underdeliver. So if it were the pleasure of the city council, I would ask for perhaps a day or even perhaps 2 of cushion to allow staff to fully launch the first process, which kicks off tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., which is nomination petitions to run in the recall election. And then once we clear that hurdle of at least getting it started, give us a cushion so that we can ensure that the application online is thoroughly tested in order to both take information and then deliver it to us, just for the sole purpose of administering this at a high level of customer service for everyone involved.
Thank you for that feedback. Councilor DeMont, I see you have.
Just wondering for the ease of the process, if you could just use if the council would be open to using the same generic application that we kind of use for boards and commissions, and then having, to your idea, having more pointed questions, maybe even allowing us each 2 questions during the interview process.
And that is exactly the process that was followed for the second round that we did in 2019. So each member of council submitted a total of 2 questions. The applicants were allowed an opening statement. They fielded 2 questions apiece from each council member, and then they were allowed, time permitting, a closing statement as well. So we certainly will have plenty of time to collect the questions that each individual council member would like to pose to the applicants. And we also do have a fairly recent iteration of the council application, but we could also use a boards and commissions application. I believe the main difference between them is the city council application, the last one that council approved for the 2019 vacancy process, contained a question regarding the city's spirit values and asking applicants to expound on which of the spirit values they found most compelling and to explain why. There are other things to ask. I believe there are other general questions about public service, et cetera, but we certainly have a version we could send around to council if you would like to review it prior to us releasing it publicly. We certainly could give you both the boards and commissions application as well as the latest iteration of the city council application for a vacancy.
Thank you. How does that sound to my colleagues? Are there any other thoughts on this? Anyone want to jump in? So I think it might be nice to send to council, since it's going to take a little bit of time to prepare everything on the front and the back end, to start accepting or promoting applications, to send us a copy of that boards and commissions so it's fresh in mind, the application, and then also what the last city council application was. And I do think it's something that kind of allows people, it was very illuminating. Some people would give one-word answers and some people would give really thoughtful responses, right? There's different levels of commitment even into that. I think we should probably allow people to attach their resume or CV if they choose, to allow them to commit, also submit a cover letter, I think is appropriate. And I like the idea of multiple questions for each of us. And I would also support Councilor DeMont's desire to come up with a resolution that we feel comfortable with as far as process. I don't think we need to do that tonight, or do we? Because I think that we could email. I'm realizing I try to make eye contact with everybody as I speak, which is normally a good sign, except for when you have a mic that needs you to be really close to it. So I apologize to anyone viewing. Forgive me. If I don't make eye contact with you, please forgive me as well. And it's hard for me to read consensus without looking at people, but I do think that that might be the best path forward if we're all comfortable with it. I would like to know the time frame you would need to have our ideas for what our rules should be, so we could pass the resolution.
I'll defer to City Attorney Frankel for that. I would also just like to weigh in very briefly, now that we're on the conversation of applications, regarding the period of time that council would like to accept applications for their consideration. If you're contemplating having a meeting with council where you review those applications and then make a determination on your finalists, that would have to occur either at a pre or post meeting or as a discussion item in a study session. And bearing in mind the hard deadline of June the 9th, that gives us 4 Mondays. Of course, unless council wishes to request that we notice special meetings for any purpose, which we certainly can do and have done in the past for this vacancy process. I believe that the last vacancy had somewhere in the neighborhood of a 10-day application period. Bearing that in mind, if council would indulge us and allow us a couple of days to both send samples of application types to you, get your feedback, build an online application, test it, and potentially release that on, for example, Thursday the 13th, we could potentially accept applications through the end of, or rather through the 23rd, which would be Sunday, allowing us to begin on Monday the 24th to compile those applications for your consideration even that evening at a regular city council meeting and a post item if you desire. And then going from that discussion, we could reach out to your finalists or schedule another meeting if you can't come to a final decision on who you'd like your finalists to be, or if you just want another round of discussion. We could certainly schedule a special meeting to have another discussion surrounding who you would like to have as your finalists. And then somewhere in the week of May 24th to May 27th, we could begin scheduling interviews to take place the following week. That, of course, does have one Monday that is an observed holiday, being Memorial Day. But we could certainly touch base with council based on your personal calendars to find dates that might be agreeable to everyone's individual calendar for the purpose of scheduling a night or several nights of interviews, or potentially Saturday and Sunday. But if we were to, in general, use that as a timeline, I think we would have plenty of time to meet the process that I think I am understanding to be your direction this evening.
Thank you. Councilor Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you for adding in the resume cover letter and CB. I think last time we kind of struggled with that, so I appreciate that being added to the application. I appreciate Ms. Parker also pointing out the holiday in there. I was a little concerned how that would work, but you've explained that very well. And so I would completely agree to this process. I think we've thought it out, and I'm in consensus that we should go forth with this. So you have my approval.
Thank you. Councilor DeMont.
I hate to throw a wrench in this, but something to think about. When we do interviews for our employees, we just went through a round of that, and we didn't know the names of the individuals in the first round. Is there any scenario where we would get enough people that you wouldn't want to bring everybody back and have some way where we're just looking at the content of what they send back versus who they are, an effort to really, frankly, have no predisposed ideas of who they are? Because typically in these processes, you're going to get a lot of people who potentially are running, potentially very involved. Not that any of those things are bad, but if we're directing at trying to come to some sort of consensus with and I'm not saying one way or another, just crossed my mind. That's how we do the biggest employees that work for the city and the process that the city goes through when they're hiring people. So would that be something that you all would be open to thinking about?
So I would be open to that. I think that's a great approach. I think it worked well when we were looking at our city judge. I had never been a part of a search that had that way of doing it, but it seemed very effective. So yes.
I have no problem with it either. I think we found it removes bias and implicit bias in the process. So I'm fine with it. Councilor Smith.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Councilor Smith.
No, your comments.
Oh, I said I have no problem with it. My understanding is that's kind of seen as a best practice as it helps eliminate implicit bias.
Yeah, I would be supportive.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes, I'd be supportive of that also.
Any other thoughts? Okay, seeing none. I feel like we've given clear direction. Are there a few more points you'd like some clarification on? I saw you reach for your button.
I would just like to finally summarize everything that I believe we have been directed to do. First is to open up applications beginning Thursday, May 13th, and accept applications until Sunday, May 23rd. Beginning on Monday, the 24th, confer with the City Council for discussion regarding your desire for a set of finalists. And should there be a need, we could potentially continue it to a special meeting if that conversation needs to continue on sometime either Tuesday or Wednesday of that week in order to give us the opportunity to begin scheduling interviews with candidates somewhere around the 26th or 27th of May. And then in the coming days, we will weigh in with the city council to ascertain what dates are possibility with everyone's individual calendars to schedule the finalist interviews in potentially a special meeting, or even beyond into the final week in which that appointment has to be made, which would be May 7th. Is that accurate? Did I miss anything or misstate anything in any way?
I feel like that is what I heard, but if anyone hears something that does not match what they felt they had agreed to, please speak up. I believe you have your direction.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Sorry, quick
Oh,
clarification.
I apologize. We have a quick question of clarification.
Was that May 7th or June 7th?
Apologies, that would be June 7th.
Okay, because I was writing down your.
Yeah, June 7th would be the last regularly scheduled study session on a Monday that we could potentially add a special meeting either prior or after those items
Okay,
if
thank you.
needed.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you may. City Attorney Frankel. My apologies.
I've distributed to council a copy of Council Rules Part 7, number 24, which outlines this process. And it does contemplate that the person in each round of voting who has the smallest number of votes, it's removed from consideration, process repeated until a majority. And after 3 roll call votes with no one person appointed, council shall consider all applicants again and begin the process of elimination, and do so after every 3 votes. So if council would prefer a different process, that's the language that we can put before you in a resolution. So if you prefer that the low vote getter not be dropped out, we can do that and put that on an upcoming agenda. You just need some guidance, and it may be that you need time to consider this, but whatever council's desire is, we can bring forward a resolution.
It appears Councilor Demont would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My recommendation that I'd ask the council to support is that we drop people out that have no votes. But if people still have votes, that they stay in the process. I'm fine with going a certain amount of rounds, and I'm agnostic to that point if we want to leave it where it is. I just would like an opportunity if, like, say, first round, you got somebody with 1 vote, that each of us have an opportunity to give them a second thought.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, Councilor Scully?
I would agree with Councilor Demont.
Wonderful. Okay. That sounds good. Do we want some time to look at this, or do we want to make that determination tonight?
I think we ought to, excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Seymour.
About hit myself in the mic. I think we ought to give the city attorney's office, we have time for this part because it'll be the last part so they can come back with the wording on that.
I would appreciate that as well. I have not. I think I need to also think through a little bit. Councilor Scully.
I was just going to echo what Councilor Seymour said.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we have no further items on this. I'd like to move on and go back to item number 9, B1, the selection of a mayor pro tem by written ballot.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we will resume the selection of Mayor Pro Tem. We are on round 47, if you would indicate your selection.
Do I need to ask for a motion to extend our meeting? We're well beyond our 4 hours.
Madam Mayor, yes, I think a motion to extend would be appropriate. Apologies for not asking at 11 p.m.
I'm a rookie. I will catch on here. May I motion, Councilor Scully?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we extend our meeting. Do we need to set a time, Mr. Frankel?
Ideally, yes. I would ask that you set a time.
Do we have rules on that, don't we? That we can only extend it by so much time?
I believe the rules contemplate 30-minute increments. So at this point, perhaps the motion would be extend to midnight.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move that we extend the meeting to midnight.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please vote by saying
Aye.
aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously.
The results from round 47 yielded 3 votes for Councilor Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor David DeMott. At this time, we'll move on to round 48. Round 48 yields 3 votes for Councilor Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott. At this time, we'll move on to round 49. Round 49 yields 3 votes for Councilor Seymour and 3 votes for Councilor DeMott. This time we'll move on to round 50. Round 50 results are 3 votes for Councilor DeMott and 3 votes for Councilor Seymour. And we'll move on to round 51.
And the results for round 51 are 3 for Seymour, 3 for DeMott. Let's proceed to round 52. In round 52, there are 3 votes for Seymour and 3 votes for Dave DeMott. Council, please proceed with round 53. Round 53 has 3 votes for Dave DeMott and 3 votes for Rich Seymour. Council, proceed to round 54.
Madam Mayor, can we get a break, a 5-minute break after this round? Is that
Absolutely. We will take a recess after this round and reconvene at 11:50.
Thank you. Thank you.
Round 54, the results are Rich Seymour with 3 votes and Dave DeMott with 3 votes.
We are at recess.
Madam Mayor, until what time are we at recess, please?
My apologies. I had mentioned it earlier, 11:50. My apologies. Folks, we have 1 minute till we're back on. All right, seeing all members of council back, let's go ahead and restart the selection process of the mayor pro tem. I believe is this round 54 or 55?
It's round 55. The results of round 55 are 3 votes for Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Dave DeMott. Please proceed to round 56. Round 56 are 3 votes for Rich Seymour and 3 votes for Dave DeMott. Council, please proceed to round 57. Round 57, Rich Seymour, 3 votes, Dave DeMott, 3 votes. Please proceed to round 58. The results of round 58 are as follows. 3 votes for Rich Seymour, 3 votes for Dave DeMont. Please proceed to round 59.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. Again, thank you to my colleagues. The only way this impasse is going to be broken is if I release myself from voting and then vote for myself. And I can't in good conscience do that. So again, I appreciate your support, but I ask for your consideration. As I've already noted that I will not accept a position, so I want to stand firm on that.
It is interesting to me, Councillor Seymour, that you do not feel qualified for the position of Mayor Pro Tem when you ran for mayor of this city. And were prepared at that point to step into an even more elevated office. I think this action, I guess on my part, was to try to find a consensus candidate that would do the job well, that would lead with the city in mind. I think Councillor DeMont is a good man. I know he always votes his belief, but I think there were a lot of compelling reasons why we wanted to make sure that this could be a consensus candidate. Obviously, we're well beyond that point, but I'd ask you to reconsider on behalf of the city. I do think that we're trying to have a candidate here that is an olive branch. It is not the impasse I think a lot of people contemplated we'd be at tonight. And I would just ask you to reconsider putting the city first.
And I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. I do. And you're correct. I ran for mayor in my first election. Since then, I have learned even greater amounts of humility than I did before. And so I have a great deal of respect for this body and those members of this body. And so that is why I'm in the position I am tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do respect Councillor DeMont, and I think you're a good man. I have concerns that there is such friction between yourself and the leadership of our staff. And I feel that the person who takes on Mayor Pro Tem has to be someone who can put those biases aside and who can work with our staff to help us move forward as a city. And I have seen Councillor Seymour do that. And that is why I have selected to continue to pursue for Councillor Seymour. So I will stop there.
Councillor Seymour, am I to understand if we were to get 4 votes for you, you would not accept the position?
And I guess I hadn't made that clear earlier when Councilor Scully first brought up much earlier in the evening, is that I didn't wish to accept that nomination.
Council, it is a very late night. I would ask all of us to consider, how do we come to conclusion here? We have a community that we are charged to lead. This body, we are our most important group of constituents. We have to work collaboratively with our city staff and with the ELT of the city. Councillor DeMont, can I get a commitment from you that you would be willing to make those types of inroads with our city leadership team?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Councillor Seymour, for your unwavering support this evening in this voting process. I think that I have been clear in the past, and I think I'm human and imperfect, as we all are. However, even though I do think we need some change in the leadership level, that will be decided in an election. At this point, the majority of council has decided that the leadership we have is the leadership we have. Therefore, I am committed to working with that leadership. I don't do it necessarily in the same way that my fellow colleagues do. I do not believe in the one-on-ones with the city manager. I've been clear about that. But I've always asked for ways that we could collaboratively still work with the city manager and find ways to move forward. I think you've seen us tonight find ways to move forward. I think that in this strategic planning session, both this whole body, Mr. Tripp, and everybody who was involved did great work. Everybody had a voice at the table. There's always opportunity to do better and figure out where that ends us in 6 months. I absolutely, whether I get mayor pro tem or not, I will do my best to work with the people who are in the positions that the majority of this body put in those positions, because that's how council works. It's not what Councilor DeMott thinks at behind the dais. However, there is an extra dynamic of we do campaign on things, and I do think we need change in the city. I would be dishonest to say anything but. So my commitment is there to work as long as the majority of the body says these are the people who work for the body. I will work with those individuals. I will not commit to the one-on-ones. I think I've been pretty clear about that. But however, aside from that, I'm committed to the employees that we have.
Does anyone else have comments? Let's continue with the voting.
The results for round 59 are 3 votes for Dave DeMott, 2 votes for Rich Seymour, and 1 vote for Catherine Scully. Please proceed to round 60. The results for round 60 are as follows: 3 votes for Dave DeMott, 2 votes for Catherine Scully, and 1 vote for Rich Seymour. Please proceed with round 61. In round 61, the results are as follows: 3 votes for Dave DeMott and 3 votes for Catherine Scully. Please proceed to round 62. In round 62, there are 3 votes for Councilor DeMott and 3 votes for Councilor Scully. Madam Mayor, I think we need to extend the meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to extend the meeting?
Do you have somebody in the queue first?
Apologize. Councilor DeMont.
I move to extend the meeting to 1 a.m.
Thank you. Councilor Scully.
I second.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, please, Councilor
Can
Bowles.
maybe we need some time to think, meaning it's going to be 1 o'clock soon. Maybe we don't adjourn, we continue this meeting on and the meeting continues tomorrow or at some other day. Maybe we don't adjourn tonight, but we come back. I know this council's done it before, not with me on there, but on this council, but it's happened before. Is there a possibility that we could continue on, meaning don't adjourn, but leave tonight, come back as the meeting's still going? I guess that would be a question for our city attorney.
I'm looking to the city clerk for some assistance here as to whether we have in the past done that.
So we certainly have in the past continued a meeting to the following day when it got late in the evening and council was concerned about continuing on any later. Whether it's been done for a mayor pro tem vote, I couldn't say, but I know that we did have a continuance in a special meeting for an appointment to the city council, I believe in 1999, if I'm not mistaken, according to the data I was given from staff. So I believe that continuing this item is possible if council wishes to identify a date and time in which to reconvene to consider this item again, or continue rather considering this item.
Councilor DeMont.
I would like to put forward, I oppose that idea.
Councilor Scully.
I support Councilor Bowles' recommendation.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you for, again, trying to find a solution here, but I can't support this. We have a lot on our plate to do as a council, a lot on our calendars, and I'd rather just keep moving forward and picking tonight.
Okay. Any other want to weigh in? Let us continue.
I think we have a motion before us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quite right.
Was there a motion and a second to the motion? All those in favor, please vote.
Aye.
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 Council, please proceed with round 63. The results of round 63 are 3 votes for Dave DeMott and 3 votes for Catherine Scully. Please proceed with round 64. The results for round 64 are 3 votes for Dave DeMott and 3 votes for Catherine Scully. Please proceed to round 65. The results for round 65 are Dave DeMott, 3 votes, Catherine Scully, 3 votes. Please proceed to round 66.
The results of round 66 are 3 votes for Catherine Scully and 3 votes for David DeMott. Please proceed with round 67. Round 67 yields 3 votes for Councillor DeMott and 3 votes for Councillor Scully. And please indicate your selection for round 68. Round 68 is 3 votes for David DeMont and 3 votes for Catherine Scully. Round 69. Round 69 results are 3 votes for Catherine Scully and 3 votes for David DeMont.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm just curious. You had asked about me making a pledge to work with our employees. I'm just curious, what more a person who has some differing opinions could do in order to put enough of an olive branch that we can come to consensus?
I appreciate the question, Councilor DeMont. I think, and I have always advocated for you to be able to have a dissenting opinion. I think that that's appropriate. I think the voters voted for you to advocate for your beliefs on what you think is the appropriate policy for the city, and to speak your mind. I think it goes without question that there's also been quite a bit of divisiveness, and it has gotten personal over the last few years. So when I was asking you to make a commitment, I was asking you as a gentleman to acknowledge that you're willing to work with people, even people you have strong disagreements with, or maybe personally do not enjoy their company, for the benefit of the city. And it was simply a yes or no question. Could you be willing to make that sacrifice and improve upon your current relationship? You consistently make comments about how you will not do one-on-ones and infer, and in fact, we even heard it tonight in council comments, that somehow that is in violation of Colorado Open Record Acts, when in fact it is a taught best practice by the Colorado Municipal League for new council members and their city managers. And so when you make accusations like that, it actually impacts the reputation of every single member of council. And so someone who would lead in the position of mayor pro tem, I would want to see representing the will of the majority of council. In that role, you would be filling in for the mayor as the spokesperson for the city. And so you would have to be willing to tamp down your own personal opinions and speak on behalf of the voice of the majority of council. And so I really was asking a question, do you see ways that you could improve that relationship and that ability to speak on behalf of the whole of council, not just as a dissenting opinion?
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the clarification. I guess what I would put across to you is seeing my perspective. And so my perspective wasn't shared in a way to demean. It's simply that I don't agree with those. And for some reason, that has always come across that I somehow am going against practice. I've heard from former councils, and we don't have to do things the way former councils did, but that wasn't a best practice. And I happen to agree with them. However, still the employee, still respect. And it's honestly, I think that one-on-one interactions around here, nobody's being mean to each other. And I think everybody's being adults. Sometimes we don't agree, and that's fair. But I would ask that we see both sides of it and try to understand why I don't want to do those and figure out a way to work with me. I'm not the only member of council who's asked for that. And I don't say any of this to start an argument. I'm trying to have a dialogue about my perspective of it, because there's two sides to every story and two perspectives. And so I have not found 100% value in those. I did used to do those. And I think they ended up in a place of more conflict, where I think that I'm more productive with the group and our employees opposed to one-on-one. And so that's why the only reason I bring it up was just trying to give context to my perspective of it and try to make you more comfortable that although I have my opinions, I will do my best within those bounds to work appropriately with our employees. Hopefully that gives a little bit more context. And again, I'm not asking to start an argument. I simply want to make sure that we both hear each other out and that I hear your perspective, which I've heard, and I appreciate the clarification. That's very helpful, actually. But I also want you to understand where I'm coming from when I share that. And it wasn't from a place of anything other than trying to come to some sort of common ground. Because the only way we're going to get past tonight is if we can come to some sort of common ground. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from members of council? It's very clear that we are at an impasse right now. It is now Tuesday. And I think we're in a difficult circumstance. We're a divided council, clearly more divided than I had hoped at the beginning of the evening. I think the goal was to find a mayor pro tem that could be a balance. I know we had put forward the name of Rich Seymour as he is someone that votes with a different block than the other three of us, but was not up for the next election, has a way of leading with kindness and civility that we thought maybe all of us could get behind. It is disappointing that I guess that olive branch has been rejected handedly, and that the only candidate that would make you comfortable is yourself, Councillor DeMont. I'm a little surprised by that, but I have to acknowledge my part in this impasse. I could have ended it 60 some votes ago as well. So, I would like us to end this impasse and move forward, but it's difficult. Earlier tonight, we heard from Councillor Smith about your tenure on council and how you were the top vote getter in your election. And so that was some of the criteria. I know when I ran for mayor pro tem, that was not compelling criteria for you at that time. So that seems to have changed significantly. I would like to end this impasse. I would like us to work together. But I have concerns. And I don't think that they were dissuaded by your comments earlier tonight in regards to who we're supporting for city council in the upcoming election. I recognize fully that you're supporting a different candidate for mayor, and that has not stopped me from working with you collaboratively on the strategic plan, nor do I think it's a barrier to unity or a logical fallacy to ask for unity when recognizing we have different candidates, different values, different policies we want to see for the city. I guess at this point, I would ask that we continue the voting process. I would like to see us potentially end this impasse and see if any of us can stretch to find a consensus candidate or reevaluate kind of our thought process on this. Councillor Smith had wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification purposes, we keep saying that, or I keep hearing that we are passing an olive branch, and I'm unaware of where this olive branch is coming from. It makes it seem like three are a higher status than the other three in handing an olive branch saying we'll work with you. And so that to me, and that's just what I'm hearing, and the reason why I'm looking for clarification is concerning to me. yes, the criteria of what I've laid out is factual based and based on tenure, and the highest vote getter in 2017 was not my election. 2019 was my election. So the criteria does change. I was not sitting on council in 2017 when Councillor Scully and Councillor DeMott were elected. I am sitting on council in 2019.
Two parts. The olive branch is because Councillor Scully and Councillor DeMott both were elected in the same election. And so she was foregoing her own interest in mayor pro tem in order to try to find a consensus candidate. So that is the olive branch. It has nothing to do with one status over the other. It was that they were on equal footing with an equal claim and trying to find an alternative. That is the olive branch. The second, as I was talking about the 2019 vote for mayor pro tem, the criteria that you're identifying tonight would have had your vote for me, because I, at that time, did in fact have both the highest votes in the city's history and the longest tenure on council. And yet you voted for Dave DeMott.
Okay, well, then I also add that Councillor DeMott was also elected, unappointed.
Correct, but I had been on the council for 2 years longer than him.
Okay, well, I'm also adding a factual piece of that Councillor DeMott was elected.
As was I in 2015, receiving more votes than he did. If there's any, it's interesting because I keep hearing this. I have been elected twice to this council, each time receiving the most amount of votes in that election. And Councillor DeMott was elected in 2017. I was elected in 2015.
The results from round 70 are 3 votes for Councillor David DeMott and 3 votes for Councillor Catherine Scully. Please indicate your selection for round 71. Round 71 yields 3 votes for David DeMott and 3 votes for Councillor Scully. And we'll move on to round 72. Results of round 72 are 3 votes for Councillor Catherine Scully and 3 votes for Councillor David DeMott. Round 73 yields 3 votes for Councillor David Demott and 3 votes for Councillor Catherine Scully. Round 74 is 3 votes for David Demott and 3 votes for Catherine Scully. Please indicate your selection for round 75. Round 75 is 3 votes for Catherine Scully and 3 votes for David Demott. Please make your selection for round 76.
City Council, I have had a request for a bio break. We'll have a brief recess for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:44. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Do any members of council want to make comments before we go back to the next round of voting? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a second and I'm glad we took a break because tensions are high and we're all exhausted tonight. So Mayor, you and I had talked earlier today and we both made a commitment to each other that we would call each other out as far as making sure that we're aligned with what we're saying. And you did just that today and in our break, so thank you. I do apologize. It is the right by the charter. You were appointed by the charter and in the means of the charter. So I take back what I said and I apologize. It was a misunderstanding and I am sorry. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. And to be clear, I was appointed following charter guidelines and then won 2 elections as the highest vote getter each time. Councilor Scully.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to see if maybe we can redirect the conversation a little bit. And so I've tried some different things tonight. I tried to offer an opportunity to go in a different direction, trying to create a more equitable and maybe consensus. And I respect Councilor Seymour's wishes not to be Mayor Pro Tem. So that has brought it down to Councilor DeMont and myself. Not where I intended to be, by the way, but always willing to take on the leadership and willing to work for the best direction of our city. So I guess I would like to say that as a city councilor, I worked really hard for 4 years. I go to just about every event that's ever on the calendar. If it's offered to me, I'm there. I meet with constituents. I do town halls. I do coffees. I walk doors. I answer emails as best I can. I take phone calls. So I talk to constituents. I meet with staff. I understand that Councilor DeMont does not share the importance of that. I have tried to respect that, and I have tried to limit it to restrict it to shorter times and over the phone, and to keep it to what I believe is always just checking in and how are you doing and what can I do to help with the staff. I've tried to work collaboratively with the council, with the staff, with the constituents, and regionally. And I'm a proven leader. I've been elected to a city council. I work in a leadership position in an organization. I have, honestly, I have a PhD in leadership. I think that helps too. But so I guess my concern is, and I feel like I have continuously offered olive branches throughout my service here on city council. I have worked to turn votes to where we could all agree on something. I've done that to frankly throwing our past mayor under a bus sometimes, not intentionally, but it's just the way it worked out. I've tried to always look at both sides of the situation. So I guess I'm asking, why are we at this impasse? What makes the 3 of you not consider me as a mayor pro tem?
Councilor DeMont, I see that you're in the queue, but I think you were in there prior to Councilor Scully's question. Did you want to answer her question?
Briefly, I mean, I would say the same thing back. We've been through 76 votes, and I've been on 3 votes every single time. So I understand what you're saying, and I would never try to take away the hard work that you've done. I know how hard you worked when you got elected. You and I were in the same election. I actually remember one time seeing you walk in my neighborhood. So I knew you were out working hard, and I always appreciate somebody who worked hard because it took me 3 elections to get here. So I would never try to belittle any of what you said. So, but you know, I'll leave that there. But as far as olive branches, what I would be willing to do is if it would make this council more comfortable, that there be a better working relationship between me and the city manager. I know in the past that Mayor Pro Tem, you have offered to myself or Lindsay, I think it was actually Lindsay, because I've been pretty hard-nosed about this, that I would be willing to go do lunches or something with you and Dawn, as long as we don't talk policy in a way that's inappropriate. I would be willing to do that to see if maybe we could make a better working relationship, if that would be an adequate olive branch to end this impasse and see how we can be more unified working forward.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments? Does anyone else want to answer Councilor Scully's question? Okay. With that said, I think we should go back to the selection process.
At this time, Council, we are on round 76. If you would please make your selection. The results of voting in round 76 are 3 votes for Catherine Scully and 3 votes for David DeMott. Next is round 77, if you would indicate your choice. Round 77 is 3 votes for David DeMott and 3 votes for Catherine Scully. If you please indicate your choice on round 78. The results of round 78 yield a majority vote for Councilor David DeMott for 4 votes and 2 votes for Catherine Scully.
Congratulations, Councilor Demott. This concludes all the business before the City Council. We've already gone over our item that was scheduled for post-meeting. At our next regularly scheduled meeting, Councilor Demott will be sworn in as Mayor Pro Tem. This concludes our meeting. The time is 12:55 a.m.